of the Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. We have a couple things going on today. We'll be hearing from Dr. Landry to start off our day, and then we'll be working on some budget items before hearing bills this afternoon. So I'll proceed and ask that people introduce themselves around the horseshoe, starting with Representative Lemelin.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator. My name is Michael Lemlin. I represent District 88, which is Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and half of Noblesboro.
I didn't see Representative Zager.
I'm here, Mr. Chair. How are you? Good
Go
morning,
ahead.
everyone. Sam Zager. I represent District 41 in Portland.
And Representative Stover.
Good morning. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the 6 towns of Boothbay, Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, Westport Island, and part of South Bristol.
Representative Perry.
Good morning. I'm Representative Perry. I represent House District 140, which includes Indian Township, Baileyville, Bering, Calais, Charlotte, Robbinston, Perry, Pembroke, and Pleasant Point.
Representative Griffin.
Good morning. My name is Abigail Griffin. I represent House District 102, which is Glenburn, Levant, and Kenduskeag.
Representative Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is John Connor, and I represent House District 58, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is also part of Lewiston.
You may need to lean closer to your computer if you ask questions later on. Representative Madigan.
Good morning. I'm Representative Colleen Madigan. I represent House District 110, which is part of Waterville and part of Oakland.
Senator Moore.
Good morning. I'm Marianne Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Winter Harbor, and Sullivan in Hancock County as well.
Representative Javner. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Representative Kathy Javner. I represent House District 141, which is located in Penobscot in Washington County.
Representative Meyer.
Good morning and welcome to those who have joined us here today. I'm Representative Michelle Meyer, serving Southern Maine's House District 2, which is parts of Kittery and South Berwick and all of Elliott.
It should be noted that if she has to go to voice only, it's because the generator she's running off of isn't keeping up. And I'm Ned Claxton. I represent Senate District 20, which is Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. We're joined by our staff today who keep things running. Erin is here. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Erin Dooling. I'm one of the nonpartisan legislative staff with the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
And Anna's here.
Hi, I'm Anna Broom, and I'm the other legislative analyst, and I also work in OPLA.
I do feel obliged to say that those two people won't let me call them by their full names, so I have to use their first names, but it's under duress. And we're also joined by Luke Lazur.
Good morning. So I'm Luke Lazur. I am from the Nonpartisan Office of Fiscal and Program Review.
And our guest this morning, we should let Molly in so she can be here too. Is Dr. Todd Landry. So welcome, sir, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
And I think we'll start off today trying to become more familiar with the Families First initiative that is such a prominent piece of what you all are working on this year.
Great. Happy to share some information and, more importantly, answer some specific questions I believe the committee has. So Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the committee, thank you again for the opportunity to be with you today. The Family First initiative is an important piece of the work going forward for the Office of Child and Family Services. I referenced and shared some information with you during our orientation session on Family First. I believe we have or can provide to you additional information as well as what has been publicly made available on the Family First webpage of the OCFS public-facing website. That includes a quite a lot of information about the Family First Initiative, as well as the efforts and work that went into the planning for the implementation of Family First over the past year that involved hundreds of stakeholders, youth, families, and advocates around the state. Essentially, the Family First Act goes back to a federal act that was passed in 2018 as part of that year's Omnibus Appropriations Act. Family First provides a new opportunity for states around the country in order to be able to access federal matching dollars for certain evidence-based programs and services that the federal government authorizes in order to help prevent the imminent removal of children coming into the child welfare system. And some of those things are very critical to think about, particularly as it relates to some of the questions I understand you may have about our strategy on implementing Family First. One of the critical components of the Family First Act was that for any of the services that any state can receive federal matching dollars for, they must be federally approved services and models. Specifically, the federal government, through its ACF, Administration of Children and Families, set up what they call the clearinghouse of services and programs through ACF. You can look this up. It's publicly available on the ACF website, and it lists the specific programs, services, and models that are authorized for states to utilize in order to pull down federal matching dollars. It also is important to note these are the only services, models, and programs that a state can use to automatically pull down those federal matching dollars. So you have to pull from those services. The other thing that you have to do is each state must have in place before implementation as part of its state plan a way to identify the specific children and families that will be eligible for these services. It is important to note that part of that requirement is for the state to develop a candidate definition using the federal language. That candidacy definition has to be approved federally, and it has to be tied to child welfare investigations and reports. So what we have done in the state of Maine is over the past year, our work on Family First implementation led by Christine Theriot has worked with advocates, families, youth, providers, and others to develop our state plan. That state plan, the draft of that state plan was submitted to federal ACF at the end of January, I believe technically February 1st. That full state plan is on our website, and we're happy to provide you with copies of that if you would like. That details exactly how we're going to implement and propose to implement Family First in the state of Maine. This state plan has to be reviewed by the federal authorities, has to be approved by the federal authorities before we can actually implement the plan, and we have proposed an implementation date of October 1, 21 for our implementation of Family First. So again, that's a very, very high level overview of Family First. Happy to go into more details with you if you'd like. Happy to share with you any of the background materials on the pieces. There are multiple components of the plan, the state plan, as you might imagine, in order to comply with federal requirements, but happy to answer questions that you may have about that. There is this component of prevention services that we've talked about and that I've referenced. There's also an entire component around changes that the federal government is making around residential treatment for children in care. That has some very specific requirements for states to implement if they are going to continue to pull down federal dollars to help pay for those services, residential services for children who are in the care and custody of the state. And again, we can talk more about that if you would like as well. But before I go any further, what would probably be maybe most beneficial for me is to find out from any of you, if you don't mind, what questions you have about this. I understand you may have some questions about the ARP contracts that we have proposed to end at their existing contract period. That does have a linkage, of course, into our funding strategy for Family First. Happy to go into that piece of it or any of the residential component pieces that I understand you may have questions about. But before I do that, let me see if you have any general questions about Family First that I can attempt to answer.
So are there any questions for Dr. Landry at the 3,000 foot level? Representative Craven, I see your palm up.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I'm still looking for my little hand on here. Maybe you could give us thank you, Mr. Chair. But Dr. Landry, maybe you could give us an example. For example, if a child is at risk of being removed from their home, what kind of intervention are you looking at providing for that family to be able, to be able to make an intervention and to be able to have the child stay at home?
Yeah, happy to answer that. So, and if you don't mind, I'm going to try to locate a quick, if I may, share a slide. I'd like to locate a slide with you for you that I think will help to answer your question.
And while you're doing that, we can maybe prevail on Molly to make sure that we have what you think are the key links that we should be reviewing on your website. I don't think you need to print and mail or send, but if you can get us those links that you think are most important for helping us understand how we get from where we are to where we want to be, that would be great. And I think you and Molly can make that happen. And while we're doing that too, I neglected to reference the person who holds the committee together, and the only reason we're all here at the same time, on time, is Carrie Withy. So if you'd like to introduce yourself, Carrie, I apologize.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. My name is Carrie Withy, and I'm the clerk for the Health and Human Services Committee.
That was a significant oversight, and I apologize. Yes, Representative Zager, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. My question, Dr. Landry, thank you for that overview. Actually, I'm not sure that if he's able to take a question now, so I can wait.
Yeah, go ahead. I have a slide up to attempt to answer Representative Craven's question, or I'm happy to answer yours first.
I'll defer until that's done.
Okay. Do you want to share a screen then, Dr. Landry?
Yes. Yeah, so let me share with you this screen. And Senator Claxton, since I can see you, can you see my screen at this point?
We can.
Thank you very much. So this is actually our executive summary that is in our state plan that we have submitted to the feds. I'm not going to spend time. This does give you a nice overview of what is the Family First Act, a little bit about OCFS, since obviously the federal authorities are reviewing this, a little bit on our theory of change and the target population. So to answer part of your question, Representative Craven, this is in this pink box right here, the target population, if you can see that. It includes these 4 categories. Some of these are required under the Federal First Act, others are optional. But most importantly, to your point, it is children, and I should say their families, ages 0 to 17 who are at imminent risk of entering or re-entering foster care. So what that means from a technical perspective is these would be children who we've received a report of suspicions of abuse or neglect. Those reports have been assessed and investigated by the state agency, and a decision has been made that there are safety issues for the children or for the child in that home. And were it not for these prevention services, they would be coming into the care and custody of the state of Maine. So that's the overall, structure of the candidacy definition in that first bullet point. Logically tied to that would be the parents who need parenting support. These could be compounded by domestic violence, mental health, substance use, that place their children at the imminent risk of care. So it's services for the child. It is also services for the family. And as you might expect, those are linked together. The federal act also requires us to provide these services for pregnant or parenting foster youth, if not already done so in the state, as well as youth who are in care who are placed in residential treatment programs. That is that other component of the act that I mentioned before. You asked about the specific prevention services. These in this second column here are the prevention services that have been identified through our planning process. All of these are on the federal clearinghouse as approved services, meaning they meet the rigid requirements of research and evidence-based testing. You can see here it begins, and I'll just list them for you: parents as teachers, home builders, methadone maintenance therapy, multisystemic therapy, functional family therapy, trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy, parent-child interaction therapy, Incredible Years, Triple P positive parenting program, as well as potentially other state agency funded prevention services for the future that would meet the federal guidelines. So these are the prevention services that are included in our plan. Some of those you are probably quite familiar with because they're Medicaid funded. Others are not Medicaid funded. For those that are not Medicaid funded, specifically parents as teachers and home builders, those are now programs that will either be expanded under our plan or new to the state of Maine that we will be able to use federal matching dollars to implement. Again, all of these are on the federal clearinghouse, and that's an important distinction, specifically as it relates to some of the questions I understand you may have about ARP. We will certainly provide this to you. Again, it is on our website, but we will send that to you separately as well. But hopefully this helps explain some of the very high level discussion points around what kind of services we're talking about, as well as the definition of candidacy.
Does that answer your question, Representative Craven?
Yes,
Did that answer your question, Representative Craven?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Okay, Representative Javner had a question.
Thank you very much, Senator Claxton. Thank you, Dr. Landry. I just want verification here. These budget initiatives that we're talking about, and these lines 76 through 99, and then the language piece why. And then I just have a question too about what, if Dr. Landry can define what the incredible years means.
Yeah, I will have to defer to one of my colleagues on the specific lines in the budget. I don't have that right in front of me, so hopefully I can defer to one of my colleagues on that point. Incredible Years is a program for young children. It's an evidence-based, research-tested program of services specifically for younger children. We can get you the specific details of Incredible Years. There are a number. Incredible Years is currently a Medicaid funded program, has been for, I believe, a number of years here in the state of Maine. And so Incredible Years is one of those that's on the federal clearinghouse and one that we have included in our plan as the menu of services that could be available for parents who fall in the candidacy definition.
Great, thank you.
Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Landry, appreciate the overview. A couple of quick questions. What is the federal matching ratio? And also, how do Mainers access this? Is this like call 211 and just ask about it, or is there something more complicated?
So to answer the first part of your question, which is very easy, it's a 50-50 match. So it's a 50% federal, 50% state general fund match for any of the family first dollars. It is important to note on that match that any of the programs that are already funded by Medicaid will continue to be matched at the Medicaid rate, which is a higher match rate. So we actually benefit in both perspectives on this. If it's already a Medicaid funded service, we'll be getting the Medicaid match rate. If it's not a Medicaid funded service, then it defaults to the 50-50 calculation. Now, as it relates to families to access these, I want to be really clear. If you're talking about these services in general for the state, and we're talking about some of these Medicaid funded services, those will continue to be Medicaid funded. Those will continue to be available and accessible to qualified families in the state. But speaking from the family first lens, the way families would qualify for this through a family first perspective would be they come into contact because of a alleged or suspicion of abuse and neglect. It's investigated. They're determined to be valid. And were it not for these services, those children would be coming into the care and custody of the state. Instead, we provide these services, strict monitoring aspects related to that on an ongoing basis, no less frequently than 90 days, in order to ensure the families are receiving the service, the families are getting the benefit from the services, and the child continues to be safe in their home with these prevention services in place.
Representative Perry had a question.
Actually, I had two. First, it just struck me under prevention, you said methadone treatment. Do you mean methadone treatment or do you mean addiction treatment?
The specific approved service, which is again a Medicaid funded service in the state of Maine, is methadone therapy, specifically methadone maintenance therapy. So again, this would be obviously for the parents, not the children. But if methadone maintenance is needed for the family or the parents in order to help to resolve or move towards resolving their issues with substance use, and that is a barrier potentially to being able to provide safe care for their children, then that would be an approved service under the plan.
Okay, my question is because of the difficulty getting to methadone services. There is Suboxone, which is much more available and ready. And I guess my question is that the only service you can do for prevention? Or does that allow you to use other medications for the treatment of addiction?
It does allow other medications for the treatment, but those other medication treatments are not on the federal clearinghouse as an approved service, so we can't call those out. But as my previous chart indicated, other state-funded services, that's where that would fall in. It would be all of those other state-funded services that are Medicaid funded, for example, even if they're not on the federal clearinghouse. But to be clear, if there is a state-funded service that is not Medicaid funded and not on the clearinghouse, then there's no federal match.
And the next question is with the early childhood interventions that we're talking about. Is there also the intent to coordinate with the developmental screening for early education and interventions for the child on that level?
Absolutely. And one of the things on the summary chart and indicated in our detailed plan, and I will warn you, it's a pretty long detailed plan that we submitted to the federal government. So that's why we put together the executive summary. But one of the items in the executive summary, as well as in the plan, is the number of other ways that the services need to be coordinated together. And that is certainly one of them.
Representative Stover.
Thank you, Dr. Landry. This is great. Some of these services that you've described that will come as part of Family First sound very clinically intensive. And I'm just wondering, within the plan, what's the plan on how we get there? And is there specialized training and credentialing and or the level of clinical staff, and what happens during that transition and that ramp up? What's that time frame like to get to that ramp up? And also, I would assume, given the array, that there'll be RFPs to be done and awards. And I'm just trying to picture first how we get the credentialing and training, how the RFPs goes out, and what the time frame looks like in that period, if you could.
Sure. And one of the things that we can provide you with, and again, it's on our website, is a detailed timeline of implementation that we have put together. It is a draft timeline at this point because it does, of course, involve approval of the legislature from the budgetary components related to that. So there is that proviso, if I can use that term. But we'll be happy to share with you the details. But let me address some of your questions at a higher level. One of the things that is most the implementation of Family First is the opportunity to integrate the work that is happening from this Family First child welfare lens with the work that we are doing on children's behavioral health services. As you have indicated, many of these services really are children's behavioral health services that help to mitigate the issues that a family may be having as it relates from a child welfare or child protection perspective. So there's a dovetail, if you will, between the work of our children's behavioral health services as well as the work of this. So let me give you a few examples. Last year, specifically because it does dovetail together, we worked closely with OMS to develop a new rate and a new rate structure for both multisystemic therapy and functional family therapy. Both of those are intended to not only sustain, but increase the number of providers who are delivering MST and FFT services in the state. So that was one of our key strategies. We worked with OMS specifically because that fits obviously with our work in children's behavioral health to increase evidence-based programs and services across the state in total, but also because we knew it had already been as an approved service under the clearinghouse for Family First implementation. Another great example, I think, is the work that we have now been doing for about 9 months, which is training provided free of charge to over 100 clinicians in the state to become nationally certified in TFCBT, trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. That was one of the services that I also showed listed on our state plan of services. We began that last July through Fund for Healthy Maine funding through the Children's Cabinet to specifically train over 100 new clinicians, not just train them, but then provide the 1 year of clinical consultation, again at no charge to them, to become nationally certified in TFCBT. By July of this year, we'll have roughly over 100 new TFCBT nationally certified clinicians statewide that can now be referred to for these cases, as well as other non-child welfare cases from the children's behavioral health lens in order to increase capacity in the state for TFCBT. The good news is, as well, at the same time, we worked with OMS and we have a new TFCBT certified rate. That's a higher rate of reimbursement so that when those therapists become nationally certified, they can now bill under that higher rate, which helps to sustain that program going forward. So those are some of the examples that I can tell you that we're doing to increase capacity. Again, it's a really nice fit from my view, because not only does it help us with Family First implementation, it helps in total to help us increase the capacity of children's behavioral health services statewide.
Thank you. I just have one additional question, which is in the plan. What is the plan for children who are experiencing child abuse and neglect, but it doesn't rise to that threshold of immediate jeopardy? Would they be included in these services?
They would not be included in these services for federal reimbursement, because the federal reimbursement is very clear about which categories can be eligible for that. That does not mean they would not be eligible for these services, period, because they may be also still eligible for these services, through Medicaid directly without necessarily having a Family First prevention plan. And so we would be providing, just as we do now, referrals and information to ensure to do the best that we can to ensure that those services are available to them. It is important to note, however, at that point, those would be voluntary services by the family. They would then, because we don't have an open child welfare case and they're not at imminent risk of coming into the system, the parents would, and the caregivers or guardians would be the ones to decide if they wish to voluntarily participate in those services.
And in those non-jeopardy there's findings of child abuse, neglect, and non-jeopardy, would those be assigned to OCFS caseworkers?
If there are findings, and so the abuse or neglect is substantiated, then they would logically fall into a family first prevention plan. But if there are no findings, no substantiation, that's when those would be voluntary services by the family, and they would not have an assigned caseworker.
Thank you.
So we've heard back from Molly, who's been doing some digging, and the lines referenced for Family First are lines 82 to 88. So we'll be getting those tomorrow, likely. 82 to 88, Family First. Okay. Senator Baldacci, would you care to introduce yourself and ask your question?
Sure. I'm Joe Baldacci. I'm state senator from District 9, which is the city of Bangor and the town of Herman. Good morning, Mr. Landry. I wanted to ask some questions about the methadone program, and I don't need them answered today because I think they may need some time for a response. But as you know, we have several major methadone providers in Bangor, in the Bangor area, and they've been here for a long time. Has the department done any in-house or hired anybody to do any kind of study in terms of the outcomes of people that you're paying for who receive methadone, the outcomes in terms of their treatment success or non-success? That is one issue. The other issue is about what the cost is for methadone treatment in general through your efforts. And the other question is kind of a Bangor-centric question. I'll just let you know, having been on the city council, and that one of the concerns that people have in Bangor is that the methadone treatment is all centered in one area versus, like, what are the other, outside of Bangor, what is the other methadone treatment places in northern and eastern Maine? Because I also think that goes to access, but it seems like everything in terms of this area comes to Bangor and has to be centered here, but we still have needs out in Aroostook County or Washington County. And so is there an effort to try to decentralize a bit the methadone treatment? And wouldn't that be more helpful in terms of access? So those are my questions or concerns. I'm not expecting an immediate answer, but if I could get a response at some point, that would be great.
Sure, we'll be happy to get back with you with more detailed questions. Some of those will fall within our colleagues or my colleagues in our sister office of OMS, Office of Maine Care Services, but we'll definitely get some answers to you. I would like to address the first question briefly, which is the research and the evidence question that you have. Or that you posed. I do not know offhand if there are any specific Maine only surveys and studies on methadone maintenance therapy treatments. What I can tell you, and one of the nice parts about the Family First Clearinghouse, is before any program gets on that approved Family First Clearinghouse by the federal government, there is a very significant, I would say pretty massive review to ensure that every single one of those services have multiple studies, research studies done proving their effectiveness, multiple evaluations proving their effectiveness, and multiple parts of the country and multiple age groups in general that the therapy has been tested on. So one of the nice aspects of everything on the clearinghouse is because of the work the federal government had to do to implement Family First, we know that every single program that's listed on that Family First Clearinghouse, or the ACF Clearinghouse as it's more routinely called, has been thoroughly vetted, thoroughly researched, and thoroughly verified. So I have great confidence in the programs and services that are listed on the clearinghouse. We'll have to get back to you on your other two questions, as well as other Maine only research studies that may have been done around methadone.
Representative Madigan.
Thank you for being here today, Dr. Landry. I have a couple questions. The first one is, I understand that many of the services on the clearinghouse are Medicaid reimbursable, and so we do get a higher federal match on that. But those can only be used, well, we can only bill Medicaid for direct services. So can Family First funding be used for the ramp up or the ongoing costs for things like multisystemic therapy or family therapy, to pay for instance, training or ongoing consultation, maintaining fidelity standards, all of which are high costs for providers that decide to do those?
Yeah, I can speak specifically, using your example of multisystemic therapy and functional family therapy. When those rates were redone last year, those components that you're talking about were embedded in those rates. And that was done in partnership with the providers, as you may be aware. You bring up, though, a good point as it relates to some of the ramp up for, say, a new provider of some of these services. So that is where the good news is. We do have some available federal dollars to us, either through the Family First implementation grant we received or ongoing Family First services, or even through Children's Behavioral Health to assist in the ramp up of that. So let's use that TFCBT example, for example, that I gave a moment ago. The department is paying 100% of the cost for all of the training and the ongoing clinical consultation for those providers to become TFCBT nationally certified. So that is where we're using some of our implementation grant dollars, as well as our Children's Behavioral Health dollars, or in that case, dollars through Fund for Healthy Maine, in order to increase the initial capacity, and then the rate helps to sustain that capacity on a going forward basis. We're going to continue to do that with a number of services, including many of those that we've listed on the plan. And so, as long as it's not Medicaid covered, we do have some, in the rate. Then, because we can't, for using maybe a not so attractive term, we can't double dip on those. That's prohibited. But we can use some of these dollars in order to pay for non-Medicaid covered components of some of these programs, including some of the training and other pieces that may not be Medicaid covered.
Thank you. And just one more question. In the past, you spoke about the ARP programs, and kind of in the current budget, we're looking at kind of getting rid of those and using that to hire 15 DHS, CPS caseworkers, which I'm great on more caseworkers, that. My concern would be, is there a plan on how detailed are we going to be to make sure that those type of services are provided across the state? Because there's certainly more than 15 ARP workers currently. And so I'm concerned about those type of services, that support to families being provided across the state. It's often not a problem in some of the major cities or along the I-95 corridor. It's oftentimes a problem in the more rural areas in the rim counties. And I just want to make sure that that's getting done.
Yeah, let me go ahead and jump into that. I know that was one of the questions I believe the committee had shared about your exact point. So with the indulgence of the chairs, I'd like to go ahead and get into the details of the ARP contract. Senator Claxton or Representative Meyer, not sure if I'm seeing either one of, Representative Meyer, is that okay for me to get into now?
It is, Dr.
Great.
Lindsay. Senator Claxton's lost power, so.
Okay. One of the challenges on a windy day like today, obviously. So let's go ahead and jump into that. On the ARP contract, which has been in place, as many of you know, for a number of years. The base contract for ARP really includes, from my view, two kind of distinct types of services or efforts. One effort is specifically around assessment of certain cases that come to the attention of the office through a child welfare referral or report. Certain cases, low risk, usually low risk or medium risk, can be outsourced currently to the ARP providers to do the specific assessment work of that report or suspicion of abuse and neglect. That is one component of the ARP-based contract. The other component or big component from my view of the ARP-based contract is really around then services to some of those families who voluntarily agree to those services to help ameliorate some of the challenges that the family may be serving. So there's a service component and then there's the assessment component. So I want to be really clear from my view when I look at the base contract, it's both of those types of services. Our proposal is to take the assessment component of that contract and pull that back into OCFS so that all appropriate assessments would now be done by OCFS caseworkers instead of outsourcing some and keeping others. In order to do that assessment component, we project, based on the number of assessment referrals that went over to ARP over the past several months, that would be 15 OCFS caseworkers to take on that work. Okay? So that's the assessment piece that I'm referring to that we have proposed to take back into OCFS. Now let's talk about the service component. The service component is the other part of the staff and the contracting that is currently done with ARP. Those services, none of them are evidence-based. None of them, I would argue, some of them are not evidence-informed. None of them are services that are on the Family First Clearinghouse. None of them are eligible for Family First prevention services that can be funded with and can receive the federal match. None of them. So what we propose to do is take the bulk of those dollars that are remaining in that placeholder in the budget, invest those into the Family First activities that are approved by the federal government, that are evidence-based, that are eligible for federal matching dollars, and invest those dollars into those services. What that enables us to do is to take those dollars and on an annualized basis, leverage the federal matching dollars for the non-Medicaid services, increase the availability of those services in the state, increase the total dollars spent on those services, but because we can now get federal match for those new services or non-Medicaid services, we're able to generate an annualized savings of $600,000 a year in state general funds, relieving that burden off of Maine state taxpayers. So let me put it in some specific annualized dollar numbers. $4 million is what's in the annualized budget for ARP services. That's what's in the placeholder for the coming year. 1.5 million of it would go towards the 15 caseworkers to take on the assessment component of what we're currently contracting with ARP providers to do. We then take most of the remaining dollars, match it with federal dollars, generating a new total for Family First dollars of $4.8 million. I should say, including some children's behavioral health services that are also budgeted. We get a total of $4.8 million in Family First services, 50% state, 50% federal. Total, though, of $4.8 million. We take the 4.8. If you take the 4.8, combine it with the 1.5 that we are going to reallocate into the caseworkers, that's a total of $6.3 million versus the $4 million that's currently in the placeholder. And yet, because of the federal match, we're able to then, even though we're spending a total amount more of dollars and providing more services in the state, we're able to generate a $600,000 state general fund savings. Again, we're leaving that burden from Maine state taxpayers, obviously all of your constituents. Let me see what questions you have about that, because then I can also answer some other questions that you may have. But that's the plan that we have in place, and that's what's embedded in that budget initiative.
Representative Craig.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Margaret, you're on mute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the remaining question is about personnel. You know, how many people are going to be available for outreach and for direct service? So are you keeping some of the ARP workers or?
So let me attempt to answer that question. I would say that, you know, those are all currently employees of the private ARP contractors. Any of those who wish to potentially apply for a future position within OCFS is certainly welcome to do so. But they would go through the regular hiring process that we would have, whether it be for these 15 potential positions or any other position that they may be interested within OCFS or the department. They also have a number of other opportunities that are available to them. I assume that many of them may be BHPs, behavioral health professionals. There are many opportunities for BHPs in the state. Some of them may be clinicians. If so, they could certainly qualify and potentially consider becoming a TFCBT certified clinician and provide that service either through their agency or on an independent basis. They certainly may choose to do other work within their existing ARP providers. Maybe there's another opportunity for one of the other programs that those ARP providers have. But I do think that they will have multiple opportunities depending upon what their decisions are about their own personal choices related to their careers.
Any additional questions from the committee? Seeing none, Dr.
If I
Landry,
may, I'm sorry, Representative Meyer, I don't want to belabor this, but I do believe there was one question, and I'm sorry, I don't remember which of you asked, but it was about RFPing for some of these services. And I thank you, Representative Stover. I neglected to answer that, so my apologies. As it relates to the existing Medicaid services, those are obviously any Medicaid provider can choose to provide those services. We certainly are assisting in increasing the capacity of those, such as TFCBT, MST, FFT, and others. The two services, I should say, that we are proposing to fund with Family First federal matching dollars are Parents as Teachers and Home Builders. Both of those are not currently Medicaid funded. Both of those are approved in the clearinghouse. Both of those are services that we have identified in our plan. Parents as Teachers is currently provided here in the state of Maine through a contract that Maine CDC administers with, I believe, Maine Families. Our proposal is to expand that effort and leverage the existing work that Parents as Teachers and Maine Families is already doing in order to increase capacity and increase the number of families and children receiving those services. So that's our plan with Parents as Teachers. Home Builders is brand new, generally speaking, in the state of Maine. Very few, if any, providers in the state are currently providing home builders. Home builders, we intend to RFP out, and those would be available for any provider to potentially to bid on in order to provide the home builder services under this proposal. So two different approaches depending upon where we are in the state versus for Parents as Teachers versus for home builders. But hopefully that helps to answer that question for you, Representative Stover. And then the last thing, I believe there was a question, and I'm not sure who it may have come from, and maybe we've already addressed it, but there were some questions about the plans for transitions for our residential providers under the Family First Act, some new requirements that they would have to meet regarding transition to what's called in the field a qualified residential treatment provider, a QRTP. And I don't know if any of you still have that question or if we've already addressed it. If you do, I'd be happy to try to answer it.
Go right ahead, Dr. Landry. Please do.
Okay. So the Family First Act is a big act, so I apologize if this gets really long for you, but we just talked about all the prevention services side of the Family First Act. I mentioned early on in my high-level overview, there were also some new requirements as it relates to children who are in the care and custody of the state and who are placed in residential provider settings. There are new requirements from the federal government through this act that go into effect no later than October 1 as it relates to those residential provision of services. Among those are the federal government currently pays in part through federal 4E dollars. They currently pay for some of the cost for the placement of children who are eligible under 4E who are in the care and custody of the state and in one of the residential treatment programs. Those are what we sometimes call the PNMIs now in the state of Maine. So beginning October 1 under the Family First Act, the federal government will no longer provide any federal dollars to support those placements beyond the first 14 days of placement, unless those providers now meet the higher level service requirements of being a QRTP, a qualified residential treatment provider. Among those requirements to be a QRTP includes being nationally accredited. It includes using and maintaining a trauma-informed care model of service in the program. It includes the state required to do fingerprint-based background checks through the FBI. It includes a number of these requirements. To the credit of our in-state PNMIs who serve children, they all working with us have agreed to elevate and get themselves to a QRTP level in the state of Maine. They recognize, as we do, that it does not benefit the state of Maine for us to forego those federal dollars to support the placement of the children in those settings by not going to a QRTP. For your information, that's about $840,000 per year. So they've all agreed to go up to QRTP level. We as a state, using some of our federal Family First implementation grant money, have agreed to help them to do that. For example, we've paid for their national accreditation cost in order to become nationally accredited if they weren't already accredited. We're working with them on a wide menu of different types of trauma-informed care models that they can implement. And we're doing a number of other pieces, such as paying for the FBI fingerprint check in order to meet that requirement. So there are a number of ways that we are partnering with those PNMI providers to do that. But perhaps the most significant way that we're doing it is through a new rate study. And so, and included in the budget initiative is a placeholder, it's under OMS, Main Care Services, to implement a new rate study rate that is in process right now for PNMIs, Ds for children, PNMIDs for the children's services. That includes the requirements for them to be a QRTP. So the new rate study that is being done right now between OMS and OCFS and in partnership with the providers, Burns and Associates is doing that rate study. It's on track for completion. We don't have the final numbers yet. So there's a placeholder in the budget using an assumed 25% increase in the rate. That's just a placeholder because we need for the rate study to be concluded before we know exactly what that. We believe it's on, and we'll have those details in the relative near future for the legislature to consider as we move forward with the budgetary process. But implementing that new rate with those new higher QRTP setting or standards effective October 1 puts us in position to not only be able to provide a higher quality of service for children placed in residential settings, but also to have a main care rate that supports that higher level of care through the budget initiative that we have put forward. Hopefully that helps answer some of your questions on the PNMI side. Happy to try to provide more details if desired.
And we've got some questions here. I saw, well, first of all, Senator Baldacci, I saw your hand up before. Did you have a question?
Not on this particular issue. I'll wait. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Stover.
I just had one question about the PNMI reimbursement and the rate study. Will those new rates be a fee for service rate, or will they be cost reimbursed for the PNMIs?
I believe that's being considered within the structure of the rate study. I don't know if a final decision has been made, Representative Stover, but we can find out and let you know for sure.
Thank you.
And Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Landry, what do you recommend be the use for the purported $600,000 of savings generated by the federal match?
I make no recommendation on that and refer you to the governor's proposed budget for the overall look at how to use state general funds, but I make no other recommendations other than that. So it would not be to supplement or to continue to invest in OCSF, Office of Child and Family Services initiatives? We've not made any other. There are other budget initiatives that we've put forward, but we haven't linked them in that way. No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
And Senator Claxton.
Excuse me while I learn how to use an iPhone as an interim communication tool for joining the committee. My question, Dr. Landry, is about net dollars. If I do the math right, with 6.3 coming back from the feds, or 4.8 plus the 1.5, that gets us to 6.3. That represents $2.3 million in new dollars for this effort. And of that 2.3, 600,000 is being returned to the general fund, so that the net is 1.7 million. Do I have that math right?
I don't think that's quite the way that I would look at it. So let me be, more clear than I may. And we have a flow chart that I believe I shared with you during my orientation that we can share with you again. So if you look at the $4.8 million of federal Family First implementation money alone, 2.4 of that is state, 2.4 of that is federal. So yeah, you take the 2.4 that is state funded of the 4.8 million, that comes out of the $4 million placeholder. In addition, there's the $1.5 million in the placeholder. But we're using 1.9 million of the $4 million placeholder towards the Family First budget. The reason that it's not 2.4 is we're combining it with $500,000 from Children's Behavioral Health Funds that align in these efforts. So we're redirecting $500,000 towards shared goals. These goals of evidence-based, services and increasing evidence-based services for children's behavioral health in the state. Because there is that alignment, we have $500,000 from Children's Behavioral Health that will be applied as well. So again, we can get you that specific flow chart, but when you look at the $4 million placeholder that's in the budget, 1.5 goes for the new staff, 1.9 goes towards the Family First implementation, $600,000 annualized, all of these are annualized numbers, is state general fund savings. So the 1.9 of the 4 million that goes towards Family First is paired with the $500,000 of Children's Behavioral Health Funds. That gets us to our total 2.4, which is then matched with the 2.4 federal for the total amount of $4.8 million.
Thank you for that. I did not understand that accurately.
And again, we'll get you the details on the flow chart that shows those that quite specifically.
Another question was in terms of the transition to the QRTP status. Do you have a total dollar figure for that investment in helping the PNMIs get to that?
I can give you the rough amount of that. I can tell you we have budgeted $300,000 to assist PNMIs to become nationally accredited. $430,000 is towards the fingerprinting requirement. We also have put in place $100,000, which is $33,000 roughly a year for 3 years, to do QRTP assessment, which is a requirement under the grant or under the Family First Act. And so adding up those together would be about $830,000 of support. All of those are federal dollars. I want to be clear about that. The federal government provided a dedicated Family First transition grant to the state, and we're using those dollars in this way.
Thank you. That's very helpful. That was it on my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? One from me, Dr. Landry. I wonder if you could comment on some of the workforce challenges that you might be facing in attempting to recruit 15 caseworkers to replace the ARP workforce. It's my understanding that you typically have caseworker vacancies, and that that the ARP workforce, the existing ARP workforce, are not interested, overwhelmingly not interested in applying for the OCFS caseworker jobs. So given the challenges we're all aware of in workforce recruitment, how do you see that impacting the plan?
Well, thank you for your question. One of the things I can do is point to some data to help you understand exactly, to help the committee understand exactly where we are as it relates to hiring of caseworkers or caseworker supervisors. When you look at the total staff of approximately 800 staff members that we have approved positions in OCFS, I believe the exact number is 779. But about, I think it's 450 to 500 of those positions are caseworkers and caseworker supervisors. I can tell you as of 2 weeks ago, statewide total of all of those positions, we had a total, I believe, of 10 vacancies statewide. Very, very few vacancies. We have been also very fortunate over the past year that we have had a relatively reduced amount of turnover. I think our total OCFS turnover is about 12% on an annualized basis. So we are, we're fortunate in those regards. We were also very fortunate that the legislature approved a governor's initiative in the last 2 budgets to increase the number of caseworkers based on workload requirements. And I know all of you have seen or received the workload analytic report that the OCFS is required to produce each year. Your most recent one came out, I believe, on February 1st of this year. But in the last 2 sessions, we received new positions, new incremental positions of supervisors and caseworkers. In both sets of those, within the time they were authorized, either in September or July, respectively, in the 2 years, all of those positions were hired and in place within about 60 days, 60 to 75 days, I believe. So I believe we're doing well on that. We do have ongoing vacancies as people decide to make changes, or in some cases are promoted into other positions within the department, within OCFS, or within state government. So we do have ongoing vacancies, but those vacancies are very small, and I have every confidence that we'll be able to fill these new positions along the same timelines that we did the last 2 increments of new positions that were provided to OCFS in the last 2 budgets that were approved by the legislature and signed by the governor.
Thank you. Senator Claxton, your hand is still up. Did you have another question? Go ahead.
I did. Yes. So I guess my question is still about that transition plan and the availability of those people. So the success you just cited was to hiring to new positions. Is that right? And what's going to happen to, my guess is if I was an ARP employee, I'd start looking for work as soon as this conversation was general knowledge, which I'm pretty sure has already happened. So what are we going to do in the interim if we lose ARP people too fast and we're not hiring fast enough? Thank you.
Sure. I think it's a very valid question, something that when we've talked with the ARP providers or contractors currently, they've raised the same question. We've been clear with them, the contractors, and I believe they've been clear with their staff that these contracts are, even if they were to end, they don't come to an end until the end of December of this year to allow for appropriate transition time and a smooth transition. We've also committed and are working with the ARP providers to meet with them at least on an annual or a monthly basis. Right now, of course, this is all proposal and a proposed initiative, but we're still meeting with them. We began that meeting last month. We'll be meeting with them monthly to talk about the potential transition, questions that they have and concerns that they have. The other thing that I will say is, at least since I've been here, and that'll be 2 years in May, in the time that I've been here and from the data that I've seen well before that, ARP has never been fully staffed. The contractors have never been able to be fully staffed, to my knowledge. So we already work with them on an ongoing basis. When there are vacancies, we obviously, if there are vacancies or if they have vacancies, we can't send over those assessments to them. That's an ongoing challenge for us. And that means that we take on those additional assessments ourselves. And so I anticipate this will be a process that we'll go through if the budget initiative is approved. That, we'll go through that process. We'll work closely with the ARP providers on the transition in order to make sure that all appropriate assessments are being conducted in a timely fashion and work with them to the greatest extent possible on any challenges that they may have as the potential of these contracts coming close to their expiration date.
Representative Stover.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Landry. Every week or every few days, there seems to be a story on TV or in the newspaper in Maine about children who are really the isolation and the suffering and the rise in significant behavioral health issues because of the pandemic. And I'm not suggesting how you spend your money, but the $600,000 in savings, could some of that be identified to look at the ways we could outreach or the innovative ways we could outreach to those children who are, we either know or suspect, or we know and suspect that there are some children who are languishing out there that we may not be seeing, and the isolation is a big factor. Is that a possibility? And or that transition that Senator Claxton just mentioned, using that 600,000 to bridge a gap, so to speak, to get to the other side. Those are just two areas of concern I have. And I thought I would just raise that for your attention. Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Stover, thank you for bringing that. Certainly, the pandemic has caused a number of challenges for children and families across the state, whether that be the challenges that you mentioned, the educational challenges that are well discussed in the media and by others. Certainly parents have shared some of the stressors that they feel right now, particularly some of the stressors in some cases of working at home with their children at home, trying to accomplish their educational goals via primarily distance learning. I think there are a number of challenges that we'll have as we hopefully look forward towards the return to some kind of potentially a new normal, but some kind of normalcy as it relates to that. I can tell you from a child abuse neglect perspective, our data is public and it's out there for anyone to see. We did see a decrease in the number of calls for alleging abuse neglect in the early months or early weeks of the pandemic. But since about May, June of last year, it's been on par and equal to about what we've seen any other of the past 2 or 3 years. So we haven't seen some of the same differences that other states have seen. And I think in large part that may be due to the fact that, many of the schools in the state of Maine, where a lot of calls do come from school personnel, Many of the schools have at least gone to a hybrid format versus a total a virtual format. So that may be a difference while we're seeing those pieces in other states versus other states. But to your question about and again, I want to remind you, it's a $600,000 annualized number that I provided you on savings. That is not necessarily the number for the first year, because I indicated we're not proposing to implement Family First until October, and we're proposing to continue the ARP contracts to the end of December. So it's a smaller number in the first year versus on an annualized basis. And regarding ways that those dollars could be invested, I know that there are a number of bills that this and other committees are considering to support children and families. We've laid out our budget proposals and initiatives. I'm sure if there are other ideas on how we can support children and families, whether it be from a behavioral health perspective or other perspective, I'm sure we'll be engaging in a number of those conversations as you and your colleagues do your diligent work on the budget review, and ultimately the governor makes her decisions on the budget as well.
Seeing no other questions, Dr. Landry, did you have additional topics you wish to touch on this morning while you're with us?
I would only mention, I believe we had received a couple of other questions that came in late yesterday from the committee about certain lines on the budget, 77, 78, 79, and I believe 92 through 95. We're working on the details of responses, for you, and we'll be getting those to you as absolutely as quick as we can. And I believe Molly is coordinating that. So I just wanted to acknowledge that we have those questions, and we're working on the answers for your benefit as soon as we possibly can.
Thank you so much.
And with that, I will simply say I look forward to seeing you this afternoon, when I believe there's a couple of bills that I'll be sharing and sharing some testimony with you on as well. So I look forward to seeing you again this afternoon.
Well, thank you very much for spending part of your morning with us today. Senator Claxton, are you ready to take back over here? I need to I actually need to go put gas in my generator. So I'll be ducking away for just a minute.
All right, let's see how this goes. I can't see hands as well, so I have to flip back and forth on the screen. So let me know if there's any problems. But at this point, I want to thank Luke Lazur and Assistant Director Mann and Mr. Wiley for their patience. It's hard to get some of these folks freed up to get to the committee, and this was when Dr. Landry had an opportunity. So thank you for your patience. And at this point, we can start the budget work by turning it over to Luke Lazur.
Great. Thank you, Senator. So today we're going to be going over Group A. This is our second run through with this group. So we'll be doing public assistance and then DHHS management. So I'll just note in the past how this has sort of gone as I will again read through each of the initiatives and then see if there are any additional questions. And then the committee often decides whether they want to vote or not on certain lines as we work our way through. So we'll start on the green document, page 26, with the public assistance. It starts at line 409. So it's lines 409 and 410 are the first initiative. Both lines are in the Office for Family Independence District Program, account 0453. This continues 3 limited period Family Independence Unit Supervisor positions and 45 limited period Customer Representative Associate 2 Human Services positions. Previously continued in Public Law 2019, Chapter 616, Part A. These are funded through June 17th, 2023 at 37.9% general fund and 62.1% other special revenue fund within the OFI district program.
So at this point, the options are to decide we need yet more information or to have somebody move to approve and move into the budget. And I'll have to try and figure out how to see all of the faces and see if anybody wants to
I would move
volunteer.
to approve to add into the budget.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
There's a motion has been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion about 409? So then we can go ahead and vote, and Carrie's going to be busy today and for the next several days. So if you can run the list, Carrie.
Excuse me, Senator Claxton.
Yes.
I'm sorry. You'll have to speak up because I can only see 4 faces at once and no hands. Okay, go ahead, Representative Javner.
I believe that lines 409 and 410 go together. So perhaps Senator Baldacci could move both of them in.
So moved.
We'll accept that as a friendly
Thank you,
amendment.
Representative
Thank you
Javner.
for that. All right. To go back to Carrie at this point.
I'll start
We're
the
running the
call.
list. Yes.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes.
At this point, I'll turn it back over to Representative Meyer now that her generator's full because she can see more people at one time than I can.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Lazar.
Yes, so with that, we'll move on to line 411. This is in the
I have a question, Madam Chair. just before we
Yes,
go forward,
Senator.
Because I've had to do state and local government and come back here, so I may have missed some conversations, but on the baseline budget, in terms of general assistance to states, have we discussed general assistance in already and gone over that already?
This morning?
No, but in previous sessions before today.
We have, yes.
Okay, because have we already voted on those issues?
No.
Okay,
we
because
have
I just wanted to know because I wanted to submit an amendment on the
Okay.
general assistance issues. So I just wanted to figure out the timing. So thank you. I'll work with the committee clerk on the rest of that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Luke.
Okay, so we're moving on to line 411. This is in the Division of Disability Determination, account 0208. This establishes one limited period disability claims supervisor position, 10 limited period disability claims adjudicator positions, and one limited period office associate 2 position, all funded 100% federal expenditure funds within the Disability Determination Division, and provides funding for related all other costs.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to move this into the budget.
So
I'll
moved.
make that motion.
Second.
I'll start.
Go ahead,
Okay. Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover,
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor,
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven,
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan,
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner,
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore,
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer,
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton, you're on mute.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes.
Thank you, Carrie.
So with that, we can move on to line 412. This is in the state supplement to federal supplemental security income account 0131. This provides funding in the state supplement to federal supplemental security income program to bring appropriations in line with projected expenditures.
Committee questions? Seeing none, I entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Senator Moore? Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Carrie?
Representative Zager,
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin,
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover,
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor,
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven,
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan,
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner,
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore,
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer,
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton,
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes.
Great. So now we'll move on to line 413. This is the Office for Family Independence District account 0453. This provides allocation to align with available resources, and this is just an increase in allocation to the other special revenue funds account.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to move this into the budget.
So moved.
Second.
And a second from, was that Senator Baldacci?
Yes.
Thank you. Carrie?
Representative Zager,
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin,
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover,
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor,
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven,
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan,
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner,
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore,
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer,
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton,
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes.
Senator Claxton, I'm seeing your hand up and I'm
Yes,
sorry.
No, that's okay. It occurs to me that when we get to the next session of line items, when we're done with language, that sometimes what we've done is try to identify ones that were not controversial and take them as a block, so we don't have to vote line by line.
Okay.
So just in terms of efficiency, that might be helpful when we get to 162 after we get done with language.
Thank you.
So we will move on to the language. That's the purple document. We're going to start with part PP, which is line 490. This part accomplishes the following. It changes eligibility for transitional transportation to include families who are employed and have income less than 200% of the non-farm income official poverty line. And two, it allows the department to use federal TANF block grant to support employed families who have transportation costs and have income less than 200% of the non-farm income official poverty line. The department may use up to 1.4 million annually in TANF block grant expenditures for these families.
Representative Perry.
Yes, is it possible to recommend a language change to use the federal poverty line? Federal poverty line.
The non-farm.
Or to say as defined by the federal poverty. By the federal.
Guidelines.
Senator Moore.
I was just saying that there is no non-farm. Remember, we had that come up once before.
This has come up a few times.
Yeah, so that's what we had talked about. Changing that to the federal poverty level.
Anna Broom is shaking her head yes. Any other further comments, questions?
So I'd make a motion to approve PP, part PP, after eliminating non-farm income official and replacing it with federal.
I would second that motion.
Ms. Withy?
I'll start the vote. Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
No.
Representative Lemlin, no. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
No.
Representative Griffin, no. Representative Connor.
No.
Representative Connor, no. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
No.
Representative Javner, no. Senator Moore.
No.
Senator Moore, no. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 8 yes, 5 no.
Okay, now we'll move on to line 494. This is part T. This part authorizes any unexpended balance in the Office for Family Independence District Program General Fund account within the Department of Health and Human Services for the purposes of upgrades to the Public Assistance web portal be carried forward for use in the next fiscal year.
Madam Chair, I would move approval of TT.
I would second.
Ms. Withy?
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor,
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven,
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan,
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner,
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore,
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer,
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton,
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes.
All right, and the last language part we'll be voting on in the public assistance area is line 501. This is part AAA. This part authorizes the Department of Health and Human Services to transfer available balances of personal services appropriations to all other in the Office for Family Independence Program and the Office of Family Independence District Program for the 2022-2023 biennium.
I move AAAN.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Whoops.
I'm sorry, where did the second come from?
That's, this is
I'll
Margaret.
second it.
Thank you. Carrie?
Representative Zager,
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin,
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover,
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor,
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven,
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan,
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner,
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore,
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer,
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton,
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes.
Great. So now we'll move on to the DHHS management portion of the budget. This begins on page 10 of the green document at line 162. And we start with lines 162 and 163, both in the main Center for Disease Control and Prevention account 0143. This transfers and reallocates one Public Service Coordinator 3 position from 25% general fund and 75% federal expenditures fund to 100% general fund within the same program and adjusts for related all other.
Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Javner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not have a question. However, I just want to make a statement, putting it out there on the record that I will be voting against these two and moving them in simply for the fact of the adjustment of the funding. It's not that I'm voting against the positionings whatsoever, but just the placement of the funding.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to move this into the budget unless there are further questions or comments.
Move this into the budget. I would move this into the budget, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Withy?
Representative Zager,
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin,
No.
Representative Lemlin, no. Representative Stover,
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
No.
Representative Griffin, no. Representative Connor,
No.
Representative Connor, no. Representative Craven,
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan,
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner,
No.
Representative Javner, no. Senator Moore,
No.
Senator Moore, no. Representative Meyer,
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton,
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 8 yes, 5 no.
Now we'll move on to lines 164 and 165. These are both in the DHHS Central Operations, account 0142. Continues one limited period Public Service Coordinator 2 position previously continued by financial order and funded 60% general fund and 40% other special revenue funds in the Central Operations Program and provides funding for related all other costs. This position ends on June 17th, 2023.
Do I have a motion to move this into the budget?
I would move lines 164, excuse me, yeah, 164 and 165.
Do we have a second?
A second.
Ms. Withing?
Representative Zager,
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin,
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover,
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor,
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven,
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan,
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner,
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore,
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer,
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton,
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes.
Okay, now we'll move on to lines 166 through 196. This hits many programs in DHHS. This reduces funding one time for employee mileage reimbursements by 15% due to decrease in total travel during COVID-19 pandemic and based on prior year expenditures.
Do I have a motion to move 166 through 196 into the budget?
So moved.
Second.
Go ahead, Carrie.
Representative Zager,
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin,
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover,
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor,
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven,
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan,
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner,
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore,
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer,
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton,
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes.
So next, we're on to lines 197 and 198. These are both in DHHS Central Operations, account 0142. it reduces funding one time in the Department of Health and Human Services Central Operations Program due to savings achieved by office space consolidation.
Any
Madam Chair?
questions from the committee? Yes,
Might this be an opportunity to consider more than just those two lines to consolidate voting?
certainly. Luke?
So then next would be line 199. This is in the department-wide account 0640. This reduces funding one time from the identification of efficiencies and underutilized professional services agreements.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I'm
Senator.
going to move line items 199, 200, 201. Oh, I'm sorry. And also 197 and 198. 197 through 201, I'm going to move.
203.
203, okay.
197,
Through
98,
203.
99, 200, 201, and 203 is the motion?
Yes.
02 and 03.
I'm assuming there's no controversy about 202, so I will include 202 and 203 in the motion.
Any questions about any of those lines from the committee?
I would second that motion.
Go ahead, Carrie.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes.
Madam
Go
Chair.
To 204, yes.
Madam Chair, barring any other discussion from the remainder of the committee, I would move line items 204 through 212 into the budget.
204 to 212.
And I'll second that.
Questions, discussion from the committee? Seeing none. Carrie?
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci. Senator Baldacci.
You're on mute, Senator.
Thank you, sorry. Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes.
Brings us to line 213.
Yes, so line 213 through 215 are in the main Center for Disease Control and Prevention, account 0143. This reallocates the cost of 43 positions currently funded in the Federal Expenditures Fund and other special revenue funds to charge all positions within the Health and Environmental Testing Laboratory to the Federal Expenditures Fund, other special revenue funds, and general fund. Position and allocation details on file with the Bureau of Budget.
Madam Chair, I would move to include in the budget 213, 214, and 215.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Senator Claxton, did you have a comment or
No,
question?
sorry.
Go right ahead, Carrie.
Representative Zager,
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin,
No.
Representative Lemlin, no. Representative Stover,
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
No.
Representative Griffin, no. Representative Connor,
No.
Representative Connor, no. Representative Craven,
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan,
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner,
No.
Representative Javner, no. Senator Moore,
No.
Senator Moore, no. Representative Meyer,
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton,
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 8 yes, 5 no.
So we're now on to lines 216 and 217. These are in DHHS Central Operations, account 0142. This establishes one senior legal advisor position subject to appointment by the Commissioner of Health and Human Services and provides related all other costs. And I'll just note that there is a language part, RR, which we'll get to later, which also relate to this line, these lines.
Questions, discussion from the committee? Yes, Representative Javner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just want to make note that I will be voting no on these two pieces simply for the fact that the department has the Attorney General's office that they may utilize at their pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or discussion? Yes, Senator Baldacci.
I'm assuming this is not the only legal position in the department, correct? Right, there are a number of other attorneys that they have already in similar positions. I don't know if
Deputy Commissioner is with us.
Okay.
Good morning. There's one other legal position in the Commissioner's office, and that is not an appointed position.
Oh, okay. So there's only one other senior legal kind of person advising the Commissioner right now?
Correct.
Okay.
I would add that I think a past perhaps point of confusion is that there are certainly individuals who are attorneys who are employed by the department, but they're not in legal positions.
Yeah, no, that clarifies it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Perry.
Thank you. I have some memories of an issue with this a few years ago. And my question is, has this been vetted with the Attorney General's office in terms of the need for this and what the Attorney General's office can provide?
It has, and they're supportive of it.
Did you have another question, Ann, or a follow-up? Okay. Any additional questions? Discussion?
I would move to approve the line regarding the line 216. For a department that size, I understand that there's the Attorney General's office, and even that's limited in terms of its abilities to provide advice to the Commissioner. And what they generally do is defend the department, But in terms of providing ongoing legal advice, I think it's absolutely necessary if you're going to run a department of that size and complexity that the commissioner have access to in-house legal counsel. I don't think that's an extravagant expense. So I would move passage of 216.
I
Thank you,
assume
Senator.
that also includes line 217.
217, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion to move 216 and 217 into the budget. Do we have a second?
I second that.
Go ahead, Carrie.
Representative Zager,
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin,
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover,
Excuse me. Madam Chair,
Yes,
I'm sorry, I'd like to change my vote to no.
thank you, Representative Lemelin.
Representative Lemlin, no. Representative Stover,
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
No.
Representative Griffin, no. Representative Connor,
No.
Representative Connor, no. Representative Craven,
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan,
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner,
No.
Representative Javner, no. Senator Moore,
No.
Senator Moore, no. Representative Meyer,
Yes,
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton,
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 8 yes, 5 no.
thank you, Carrie.
So now we're on to lines 218, 219, both in the Maine Center for Disease Control and Prevention, account 0143. This reallocates the cost of 16 various positions within the health inspection program.
Yes, Senator Baldacci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a lines 218 through 236. Is it correct if I'm assuming that cumulatively those lines are revenue neutral or expenditure neutral? They pretty much can't. It's not, those lines don't authorize any total new spending, right? These are just those 218 to 236 or doesn't authorize new spending and just reallocates spending, correct?
To 226?
To 236.
To 236. I was looking down to
236 is in a different part in the
Oh,
elder
okay.
services budget.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
I don't think that's necessarily true in the sense that the reclassifications that are down below don't require a vote anyway, so they're not really a part of the discussion. They're in the part B of the budget, and similar to baseline,
So if we go to 223, if we go to line 223.
So actually 221, let's see, 220 through 223, they're really going to be voted when we discuss the language parts, which are the triple B through triple E. They're here just because they need to be in the system. So we don't have to vote for those here. So really it is just 218 and 219.
Okay, I would move to include in the budget 218 and 219.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Go ahead, Carrie.
Representative Zager,
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin,
No.
Representative Lemlin, no. Representative Stover,
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
No.
Representative Griffin, no. Representative Connor,
No.
Representative Connor? No. Representative Craven?
Yes.
Representative Craven? Yes. Representative Madigan?
Yes.
Representative Madigan? Yes. Representative Javner?
No.
Representative Javner? No. Senator Moore?
No.
Senator Moore? No. Representative Meyer?
Yes.
Representative Meyer? Yes. Senator Claxton?
Yes.
Senator Claxton? Yes. That's 8 yes, 5 no.
So now we'll, as we just discussed briefly, the remainder of the lines on the green document do not require votes. And we will get to the lapsed balance items and vote on those on the language document. So we'll move to the purple document. And we're starting with part MM, which is line 487. And this part accomplishes the following. One, it changes the representatives that inspect establishment from the Office of Medicare Services to the Division of Licensing and Certification. And two, it removes a requirement that the department conduct a single coordinated inspection of a facility dually licensed as a nursing home and an assisted housing facility. This requirement is not feasible as the nursing facilities are inspected based on their federal certification requirements, which varies year to year between 9 and 15 months. And assisted housing licensure inspections are done every 2 years to coincide with the term of licensure.
Yes, Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so that I can understand, will the people of the qualifications, I should say, with the qualifications of the people who are doing the inspections be equivalent with this transfer of offices that are doing the inspections?
Yes, we're aligning this is catching up to what should be in practice now. So the Division of Licensing and Certification is the appropriate office with the appropriate qualifications to carry out the inspections.
Thank you.
Senator Baldacci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It says it removes the requirement that the department conduct a single coordinated inspection. What is the manner of inspection going to be? I mean, are we going to be able to ensure at least an annual inspection? I'm just not sure how that phraseology under paragraph 2 is supposed to be read in terms of how inspections are going to be done.
Sure. The practice in place right now, this is, I believe the inspections are currently being done as they need to be. The requirement to conduct a single coordinated inspection does not fit the practice of the timing of the required inspection. So this separates that requirement so that which would ease the burden on the inspectors at the department side and the providers that are being inspected.
My concern is making sure we have adequate inspections of nursing home facilities. So that's why I just have concerned about removing the requirement for this single coordinated inspection.
This is a change in state law that by no means would it impact or diminish the rigor by which we inspect our nursing homes. Now, especially in the pandemic, more than ever, those inspections oftentimes are done in coordination with CMS. Federal inspectors are more important than ever.
Okay, I would just ask if maybe Molly Bogart or somebody could send me some links so I can look at the current reports on inspection of nursing homes. That would be helpful. Thank you very much, Mr.
Mann. Senator Claxton, did you have a question?
I was just going to say that in hospitals, the federal government gives out a varying cycle for recertification, depending on how well you did the first time. And in this instance, they'd be in as often as every 9 months if there were any concerns, and as few as every 15 months related to nursing homes. So I don't think there's going to any real concern about decreasing the frequency of inspection or the thoroughness. It's just an attempt was made to try and make sure that you didn't have the feds come in on Monday and the state come in on the next Monday and go through basically the same process. So that was why they attempted to make them coordinated, but the feds don't go by a typical calendar.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion? I'd entertain a motion to move MM.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Withy?
Representative Zager,
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin,
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover,
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor,
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven,
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan,
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner,
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore,
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer,
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton,
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes.
All right, next we'll move on to line 491 on the purple document. This is part QQ. This part changes the frequency of life safety inspections from annual to prior to the issuance of the license, which is every 2 years.
Any discussion? Any questions?
I'll make a motion to move QQ into the budget.
Second.
Thank you. Carrie?
Representative Zager,
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin,
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover,
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci,
No.
Senator Baldacci, no. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor,
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven,
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan,
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner,
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore,
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer,
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton,
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 12 yes, 1 no.
All right, now is line 492. This is part RR. This part establishes a senior legal advisor within the Department of Health and Human Services that is appointed by the commissioner and serves at the pleasure of the commissioner. This goes along with lines 216 and 217 that we just voted on the green document.
Questions, discussion? I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Go ahead, Carrie.
Representative Zager,
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin,
No.
Representative Lemlin, no. Representative Stover,
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
No.
Representative Griffin, no. Representative Connor,
No.
Representative Connor, no. Representative Craven,
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan,
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner,
No.
Representative Javner, no. Senator Moore,
No.
Senator Moore, no. Representative Meyer,
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton,
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 8 yes, 5 no.
Next is line 497. This is part WW. This part authorizes DHHS to adopt emergency rules to implement any provisions of this act over which it has specific authority that has not been addressed by some other part of the act without the necessity of demonstrating that immediate adoption is necessary to avoid a threat to the public health, safety, or welfare.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to move 497.
So moved.
And a second?
I second that.
Thank you. Carrie?
Representative Zager,
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin,
No.
Representative Lemlin, no. Representative Stover,
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
No.
Representative Griffin, no. Representative Connor,
No.
Representative Connor, no. Representative Craven,
Oh, yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan,
Yes.
Representative Madigan, can you please turn your video on for the vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner,
No.
Representative Javner, no. Senator Moore,
No.
Senator Moore, no. Representative Meyer,
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton,
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 8 yes, 5 no.
All right, next is line 502. This is part BBB. This part lapses 3 million of the unencumbered balance forward of the Department of Health and Human Services General Assistance Reimbursements to Cities and Towns General Fund account to the General Fund in fiscal year 2021-22. This relates to line 220 in the budget, which, as I said, then we didn't vote on because we're voting on it here.
Yes, Representative Javner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to make note that I will not be voting in favor of moving these funds into the general fund simply for the fact that general assistance is in flux, and I think it needs to be kept where it is for those purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And Senator Baldacci.
I don't know if these questions were answered, but in terms of the overall general assistance monies from the state, that's on line 2, which line is that on?
220.
220. I'm tending to agree with Representative Javner on this vote, but I just want to I'm probably going to join Representative Javner on that vote because I think there are some issues with the general assistance in general that I think need to be taken care of before we move this money out of that account.
Any further discussion on this? Yes, Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is Mr. Mann still with us here?
He is.
I would like to ask him about the condition of the general fund situation and if this was leftover money that just wasn't used, and also is it ongoing? Thank you.
I'll go in reverse order. This is not ongoing. This is money that's in the carrying account. So any unused funds from prior years accrue to this account and have been for some time. I will say that there are increasing costs on general assistance based on policy changes that have been made recently. If we do project to need additional resources to support general assistance across the state for those municipalities and tribes, we would come to this committee to increase the annual and ongoing current year appropriations. Did that answer your question?
Well, I was just wondering whether you were just tidying it up or if there was problems with the funding for general assistance. You know, that it's at some kind of risk, or is this just tidying up the account?
It's not. It's going to rescind $3 million from the carrying balance. There is, but we actively monitor the general assistance account and we'll be making sure that we can align sources and uses so the sources of funding are aligned to the expenses that are flowing out for general assistance across the state.
Senator Baldacci and then Representative Perry.
Thank you. I'll just indicate my issues are basically a policy issue. Back in 2013, I think the state had historically paid municipalities 90% of the general assistance budget, and then that was reduced to 70%. In the intervening time, many municipalities, including Bangor's, general assistance budgets were increasingly burdened with a lot of additional funding that should generally have been done by the state. The general assistance budget in Bangor, and I'm sure it's similar in Lewiston and Portland, is a burden on the local taxpayers. So I don't know, I would like to see, I don't know if I need to propose an amendment now or at some later point, but that the share of state funding for general assistance be increased back to 90%. Part of the reason why I'm going to vote with Representative Javner is because I really think that we need to examine the policy issue around general assistance in municipalities, because it's one of those additional burdens on local municipalities. So that's where I am right this second. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Perry.
Yes, I just want to ask what is left in the carrying fund if $3 million is coming out?
There's approximately 14 million in the carrying account today.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does this line item prevent or inhibit in any way what Senator Baldacci is describing? If the legislature were to want to increase back to 90%?
My on the spot response to that would be that if a change to the percentage, the split between the municipalities and the state were to be enacted, we would need to change the current year appropriation to make sure that we could incur those funds on an ongoing basis. Due to prior policy changes in past years that caused this account to accrue larger balances. which is why there's $14 million in it, and we are proposing to rescind $3 million. But any change to the split would need to be paid for by ongoing and current year appropriations. I don't have we'll look up in the pink document, the baseline for general assistance. I believe it's 10 million and change. So we would want to amend that to, for example, if the proposal for 75 to 90% state share was moved forward.
Yeah, Ben, the general fund baseline for this account is just under 10.4 million.
So if that, Madam Chair, would permit me to just
Yes,
follow
go
up.
ahead.
So then if I understand that, then this moving of $3 million really just it's an accounting move based on the policy that changed. It does not preclude or affect the policy itself.
Correct. That's accurate.
Thank you.
We use the current year appropriations to pay for current year expenses at the current match, or at the current rate at which the state picks up those expenses. It's a shared municipality and state arrangement on general assistance. Based on prior policy changes, that is why the account is accrued. And typically these accounts are carrying because there is some volatility with the account, but we are leaving 11 million in the account in case that is required to be used going forward.
Senator Baldacci, you're on mute.
So I think that the issue, though, Deputy Commissioner, is that we would not, if we had a policy change and the state was back where it was pre-2013 and paying 90% of general assistance, that we would not be releasing 3 million. We would be releasing a much lesser number because of the policy change. I mean, once we release this money, it goes to the general fund, and then I just see it as a much more practical way before we send this to the general fund, we vote on a possible policy change before we release the money. And whatever way that vote goes, then this vote would accompany that. But that 3 million could potentially pay for the policy change.
I wouldn't dispute that, Senator. I would just note, though, that if we change the split for how general assistance is funded, that's an ongoing, that would be included in the baseline. So we're going to incur those costs in the, starting in fiscal 22, 23, 24, and ongoing. This is a one-time source of funds. These funds would be drawn down and eventually be exhausted, and we would run the account negative because we wouldn't have sufficient funding in our baseline to cover the annual expenditures coming out of the general assistance fund. I don't want to say that that's a definitive thing that would happen, but it's certainly a plausible thing we typically want, if we change ongoing expenses, we want to change the ongoing baseline funding amount as opposed to this being a one-time reserve account, essentially.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Additional questions, discussion?
So can I ask for direction from the chair in terms of proposing an amendment? Would it be not germane to propose an amendment to this current item regarding the policy change?
Thank you for the question. Senator Claxton, did you want to weigh in on that?
Not really, but I think this is an offset to a bunch of other initiatives in the budget And all of these things roll up to a significant amount of dollars that would be available to spend for something else out of the general fund. We're really only being asked this particular question. And I think one of the options is to table it until we get some more information about the likelihood of the change or the bill, if it's already out there, to increase the revenue sharing portion. I don't think, and I'm inexperienced at this, but I don't think that proposal would come out of committee in the course of review of the budget.
Yeah, this wouldn't be under Madam Chair, may I respond?
Sure.
This would not be under revenue sharing because this is a totally different category.
Okay.
But I don't think there's an existing bill on it. So the question is, I'm just asking a question of when the appropriate time would be for me. I don't want to present something that the committee chairs don't think is germane. But at some point, I'd like to present a policy change to change the reimbursement by the state from the current, I think it's 70% according to the statute, to 90%, which is where it had been historically because of the burden on many service center communities across the state, usually the shire towns, if you will, of each county that have the burden of the general assistance more than other places. So if you could let me know when that would be germane, I'd like to offer that amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Perry.
This is simply a thought, but I do not believe that we can change policy without going through the full hearing process with a bill. To do it during the budget is, I don't think, anything that we can do.
Okay,
Thank you,
I understand. I would just move to table this item, I guess, until I can gather further information on that issue.
Thank you. We have a motion to table this item. Do I have a second?
Second.
Go ahead, Carrie.
Representative Zager,
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin,
No.
Representative Lemlin, no. Representative Stover,
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
No.
Representative Griffin, no. Representative Connor,
No.
Representative Connor, no. Representative Craven,
Margaret, you're on mute. Representative Craven, you're on mute.
I think I can unmute her.
Okay.
Sorry, I lost my screen. Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan,
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner,
No.
Representative Javner, no. Senator Moore,
No.
Senator Moore, no. Representative Meyer,
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton,
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 8 yes, 5 no.
So before we get into the next lines, I just wanted to add a little comment to, I think it's more to Senator Baldacci's point than anything, but when we're going through the budget, you can always make changes to any of the lines in the budget, but you can also add any initiatives, whether it's funding that would often be seen in the initiative section or additional language changes. Those can always be added at any time during this budget discussion, and we can put them in as essentially amended lines in the budget. think of it similar to any work session you do. You might do a public hearing on a bill, and when you go to the work session, you change what's in that bill quite a bit. This same process happens with the budget. And it can just be a brand new, completely different line that's in the budget. So just wanted to put that out for
I appreciate that, and I'll probably use whatever additional time we have to just get some further information and facts before we come back. Thank you very much.
Representative Craven, your hand is up. Did you have a question?
No, I didn't. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Luke.
So now we're on to line 503. This is part CCC, and this part lapses 5 million of the unencumbered balance forward of the Department of Health and Human Services Temporary Assistance to Needy Families General Fund account to the General Fund in fiscal year 21-22. So just like the one we just discussed, this is a one-time item using lapsing funding that was from prior year accounts.
Is this 503?
This is line 503, which is part
thank you.
CC. Yes.
Yep, thank you. Questions, discussion from the committee? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to move this into the budget.
I would move this into the budget, Madam Chair.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Go ahead, Carrie.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
No.
Representative Lemlin, no. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
No.
Representative Griffin, no. Representative Connor.
No.
Representative Connor, no. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
No.
Representative Javner, no. Senator Moore.
No.
Senator Moore, no. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 8 yes, 5 no.
Next, we have line 504. This is part DDD. This lapses 10 million of the unencumbered balance forward of the Department of Health and Human Services, additional support for people in retraining and employment general fund account to the general fund in fiscal year 2021-22.
Discussion?
Madam Chair, I would move this line into the budget.
Thank you, Senator. Do I have a second?
Second.
Carrie, go ahead.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
No.
Representative Lemlin, no. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
No.
Representative Griffin, no. Representative Connor.
No.
Representative Connor, no. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
No.
Representative Javner, no. Senator Moore.
No.
Senator Moore, no. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 8 yes, 5 no.
And the last line for today is line 505. This is part EEE. this part lapses 60 million of the unencumbered balance forward of the Department of Health and Human Services Medical Care Services General Fund account to the general fund in fiscal year 2021-22. I'll note that I would suggest amending this language just to change it from medical care services to medical care payments to providers general fund account. That account doesn't exist, so that language wouldn't really lead to much. So if we could just change that, if this is voted in, that would be great.
Thank you, Luke. Questions? Yes, Representative Javner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I do not have questions, just making a statement. Again, the reasoning why I'll be voting no on these initiatives is simply for the fact that we believe that, you know, the IDD services need to be funded. This is like in the section, 1921 wait lists. There are some pieces, some key pieces that can really utilize the funding. And so I just believe that these can be looked at more closely as the department moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion? So I would be looking for a motion to move 505 as amended with the change to medical care payments to providers.
Madam Chair, I have a question. I'm sorry.
Yes, Senator.
I'm sorry. So I kind of in the same vein as Representative Javner's comments. If we vote against this line item, assuming hypothetically we vote against this line item, what are the options from there? I don't know if the commissioner or someone could answer that.
The options after voting against the $60 million rescission. I mean, the governor's budget was essentially balanced as proposed. So $60 million coming out would almost certainly not allow expenses to be covered by the corresponding revenues. And presumably we'd either need to cut spending elsewhere or find an additional $60 million to support that spending.
Okay, so so if we vote no, then we have to cut someplace else, basically to keep the budget balanced, is what you're saying.
I just want to caveat I'm not in DAFs or I don't have a global perspective of the entire budget. I have a pretty good insight into DHHS, but that would be my understanding.
Okay.
I don't know if this, taking any spending out likely, taking any savings out has ramifications for other spending initiatives included in the budget or the ongoing baseline that is supported in the budget. We had you were well aware of, there was per the December 2020 Revenue Forecasting Committee, a $600 million shortfall in revenue projected over the balance of fiscal 21 and then the upcoming biennial in 22 and 23. So the ability to resolve that shortfall in part came from the increase in the federal Medicaid assistance percentage, which is these funds, the $60 million is going towards making sure that we can continue our baseline funding and then fund the other initiatives, the other spending initiatives that are proposed in the biennial.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I first seen this, I wasn't very happy at all with all of the needs that we have in DHHS. And I think that because of the uproar for the PPP loans to be the PPP loans to have federal equity, that this was transferred into the budget. And so because of that, I'll be voting for it, even though it's something that totally breaks my heart.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'd look for a motion to move 505 as amended into the budget.
So moved.
I'd move to table until we've had some more discussions.
Thank you, Senator. Do I have a second to table?
Second.
Carrie, go ahead, take the vote.
Representative Zager,
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin,
No.
Representative Lemlin, no. Representative Stover,
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
No.
Representative Griffin, no. Representative Connor,
No.
Representative Connor, no. Representative Craven,
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan,
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner,
No.
Representative Javner, no. Senator Moore,
No.
Senator Moore, no. Representative Meyer,
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton,
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 8 yes, 5 no.
Thank you, Carrie. That concludes. Yes. Thank you, Luke. So it is 11:36. Did we have anything else on our morning agenda? No. Representative Javner? Okay, thank you. So I would suggest that we break and reconvene at 1 o'clock for our public hearings.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? See you at 1. Thank you so much. We have a quorum. I'm not sure if Senator Baldacci is there. Senator? We are waiting on a senator. To those who are watching and have joined us, we are just waiting on a senator to join us so that we can begin our proceedings for this afternoon. Again, for those who have joined us and are waiting to begin our afternoon session of the HHS committee, we are waiting to be joined by a senator. And as soon as one of our three senators joins us, we will begin. It's 1:04, and for anyone joined here today to provide testimony or watching us on YouTube, we have a quorum. We are waiting on a senator in order to begin this afternoon's proceedings. Once again, for those who have joined us here today, we are waiting on a senator to begin our afternoon session and ask for your patience. It's 1:10, and for those who have joined us for public hearings today, and for those watching our proceedings, our apologies. We are getting to a late start today. Actually, I just received word we've been given approval to start without a senator. And with that, I will open up the afternoon session of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I'm Michelle Meyer, House Chair, and today we are assembled around our virtual horseshoe via Zoom. We're live streamed on the HHS channel of the Maine State Legislature's YouTube channel, where you can also find the replay of our proceedings should you miss us live. On our agenda today are 4 public hearings, which we will be hearing in the following order: LD 330, followed by 121, 335, and 396. I think I'll give the committee a chance to introduce themselves quickly around the horseshoe, beginning with Representative Zager.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sam Zager, District 41 in Portland.
Representative Lemelin.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Lemlin, District 88, Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and Half Noblesboro.
Representative Stover.
Good afternoon. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the 6 coastal communities of Boothbay Harbor, Southport Edgecombe, Westport Island, and part of South Bristol.
Can I jump in here and say hi? I'm Ned Claxton, Senator from District 20. Before my cell phone dies, and you can get started.
Thank you, Senator Claxton.
Thanks.
Senator Claxton has had a power outage, and so is dealing with that at home. Representative Griffin.
Good afternoon. My name is Abigail Griffin, and I represent House District 102, which is Glenburn, Levant, and Kenduskeag.
I don't see Representative Connor. Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Madigan.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Colleen Madigan. I represent House District 110, which is part of Waterville and part of Oakland.
Representative Javner.
Good afternoon. I'm Kathy Javner, and I represent House District 141, which is located in Penobscot and Washington County.
And I am Michelle Myers, serving House District 2, which is parts of Kittery and South Berwick and all of Elliott. I just wanted to remind all those here today. Pardon me?
Perry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Perry, how could I forget you?
I don't know. I'm Ann Perry. I represent House District 140, which includes Indian Township, Baileyville, Bering, Calais, Charlotte, Robbinston, Perry, Pembroke, and Pleasant Point.
Thank you so much. My apologies. Anna Broom.
Hi, I'm Anna Broom. I'm one of the legislative analysts in the nonpartisan Office of Policy and Legal Analysis. And I just want to also remind you that I sent you the link so that you can look at the testimony as it comes in, and that you can also go to the committee webpage for the related current law, which is up there for 3 of the bills this afternoon. And there are also 2 fiscal notes.
Thank you, Anna. And Ms. Withy.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Withy, and I'm the clerk for the Health and Human Services Committee.
And just quickly on kind of housekeeping type stuff here, for those testifying, please ensure the name that you're using on Zoom, on the Zoom webinar, matches the name that you used when you signed up to testify. And also for those testifying, if you could help us manage the attendee list by leaving the Zoom webinar when you're finished testifying, and then you can continue watching us on YouTube. With that, I will open the public hearing on LD 330, an act to prevent accidental overdoses by establishing a protocol for prescription drug recovery, introduced to us today by Representative Lori Gramlich.
Thank you, Representative and Senator Claxton. If you're still with us or in cyberspace listening, good afternoon. Afternoon to my distinguished colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I am Lori Gramlich, and I represent House District 13, which is the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach. I am honored today to present to you LD 330, an act to prevent accidental overdoses by establishing a protocol for prescription drug recovery, which I will refer to as TRIPS bill. I have submitted written testimony, which after reviewing it, thought it went into way more detail than what we may want to do for a public hearing, but it is submitted in writing, and I have summarized those that statement in what I will present to you today. So I've submitted this legislation in response to a tragic incident that I suspect may be all too familiar for many. Last winter, a friend of ours lost her teenage son, Trip Wilson, to an accidental drug overdose. Trip found his deceased family member's morphine, which had been prescribed for her while she was receiving home hospice care. This family member had been deceased for 3 years, and the medications had never been properly disposed of. Because opioid medications are often used to manage pain for hospice patients, unused opioid medications are frequently left behind when a patient passes away. But right now, there is no comprehensive method of tracking and disposing of these leftover medications so they don't end up in the hands of anyone for whom they were not intended. This puts Mainers like the Wilsons at risk for unthinkable and preventable tragedy. In most states, including Maine, hospice employees cannot or do not assist in the disposal of controlled substances, including opioid medications. As a result, these powerful medications are left in the hands of grieving family members or in medicine cabinets. TRIPS bill builds on bipartisan federal legislation that recognizes and seeks to address this problem. The Safe Disposal of Unused Medication Act, crafted in 2018, by Senator Collins and Senator Warren would permit hospice staff, physicians and registered nurses, or emergency medical professionals to dispose of controlled substances when a patient dies or when the medication expires. This legislation requires that qualified hospice programs have a written policy and procedure for drug disposal, and that this policy is shared with the patient's family. It requires that hospice employees defined as doctors or registered nurses hold mandatory conversations with the patient's family member or representative about drug disposal policies when a controlled substance is first ordered, and that all drug disposals be documented in the clinical record. The National Association for Home Care and Hospice has applauded these efforts at the federal level. And you can see in my written testimony, I have embedded quotes from the president of the National Association for Home Care and Hospice, as well as links to the federal legislation that you can review. As drafted, TRIP's bill would require controlled substances that are prescribed to home hospice patients, 1, to be documented and kept secured, 2, to be disposed of properly after the hospice patient's death, and 3, that this disposal is documented. I know there are likely to be several concerns raised here today, and I want to state up front that I am eager to work with you now and at the work session to clarify and resolve any issues. To share just a little bit about my own background and experience, as many of you know, I am a licensed master social worker. I've worked in the social service and nonprofit sector, as well as for state government with the Department of Health and Human Services here in Maine for nearly 35 years. I, in fact, worked for the Bureau of Medical Services in the Division of Licensing and Certification as a program specialist. I was responsible for licensing adult care facilities in 5 northern and eastern counties throughout Maine. I know there are questions around whether this proposal applies to residential care facilities, so I want to be very clear. This legislation is not applicable to residential care facilities. It is specific to home hospice. I am also aware of concerns around the role of the prescription monitoring program in this bill, and I'm very open to solutions that will alleviate these concerns. I want to say this. I have such profound respect and gratitude for our hospice workers. I had the experience of working with hospice staff when my grandmother was receiving home hospice and when my mom was receiving home hospice. And I have the utmost respect for the amazing work that these individuals do. This bill is in no way intended to be critical of them or present a hardship in the work that they do for our loved ones. If there are details that need to be amended, I am more than happy to work with the committee and other stakeholders to ensure that we can come together in order to prevent tragedies like the loss of TRIP. The bottom line is this. We need to assure that these medications are properly disposed of within close proximity to death. And I am hopeful that together we can all find a solution that we can agree upon. Here with me today is Trip's mom and possibly others who will share with you their experiences about how this devastating opioid crisis has impacted them. When you hear from them, you will hear why we cannot wait to act. I urge you to pass LD 330, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Representative Gramlich. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. So we will be moving through the list of those testifying in the following order. It will be those testifying in favor of the bill, followed by those testifying against the bill, and then followed by those testifying neither for or against the bill. We are running a 3-minute clock, Representative Javner, and you'll get a few seconds, 30 seconds, is it, Representative? 30 seconds, a 30-second warning that you're coming to the end of 3 minutes, and we would ask that you conclude your testimony at that point. So next in the queue is Ms. Kim Wilson. Ms. Wilson. You're muted, Ms. Wilson. You're muted. You're on mute.
I apologize.
That's quite all right.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Kim Wilson. I live in South Portland, Maine, and I am here to provide testimony in support of LD 330. My youngest son, Grant Wilson, affectionately known by his nickname Trip, had just returned home from winter break in New York City with his girlfriend and his father. I had been worried about him all week because he had been suffering from a sore throat. He tested for strep, which was negative, and had been to the hospital twice the year before for tonsil issues. We had a scheduled doctor appointment the following morning. Trip was only 16, but he was still my baby. And as his two older brothers had graduated high school and moved off to colleges, I was looking forward to having these final 2 years with him and more at an age which is very tough and where he needed me the most. The morning after he arrived home, I was awakened at 5 a.m. by his friends screaming that something was wrong. I ran upstairs to find him motionless and not breathing. At that moment, I knew he was gone. 911 was called, and my first thought was that his throat had swollen shut and he couldn't breathe. I was in shock, thinking that I should have brought him to the ER the previous night, and as I made futile attempts to perform CPR, I was told that he had taken liquid morphine. His girlfriend told me that when they stopped at a family home to get her car and use the bathroom, Trip had found somewhere in an admittedly very large house in a bathroom closet a bottle of liquid morphine that was overlooked somehow after his grandmother had passed 3 years prior under hospice care. I have yet to fathom how a vial of liquid morphine could have gone missing and unaccounted for, and how a deadly opioid was not treated with the same precautions as a loaded gun, which metaphorically is what my son found. Last year in Maine, we had 503 overdose deaths and 22 gun-related deaths, yet there seems to be more pressing concerns regarding gun safety than there are regarding containment and secure disposal of prescription medications, especially ones brought into private homes. These statistics show clearly that accidental overdoses kill more people annually than gun-related incidents. And I believe that stricter regulations and precautions need to be in place for prescription drugs at all times, and most especially for patients in palliative care, to prevent diversion and tragic accidents like that of my son. We have not been able yet to have a memorial because of COVID, and it is a daily struggle trying to now navigate my life without him in it. I feel in some way I am memorializing him daily by spreading awareness and advocating for consistent home health care protocols through proper immediate disposal and more stringent monitoring and diversion control. This year, I should be looking forward to Trip's high school graduation and helping him prepare for what should have been a very promising future. Instead, I have been reading countless articles and pages of statistics and convoluted laws addressing the nation's opioid crisis with little to no solutions in sight. I can recall many conversations over the years with friends, some who are VNAs, hospice workers, social workers, police officers, EMTs, lawyers, and recovering opioid addicts. I have heard too many stories specifically related to the tragic consequences of prescription medication left over after a hospice patient dies, and how medications like these are so easily diverted. Sadly, I now have my own personal story to tell. I am just one of too many bereaved parents trying to make some sort of positive social change in the world to honor their child who has left this world too soon. I believe I can speak for any parent who has found their beloved child dead, that is an image never forgotten. My son's death could have been prevented in many ways, and my goal is to try and do anything I can to prevent such a tragedy from happening to another family. Because on the morning of February 22nd, 2020, I became an empty nester, unexpectedly and horrifically. My life is altered forever and my family is torn apart. I respectfully understand the opposition to this bill and have heard similar arguments over the years. I am confident, however, that LD 330 can incite discussion from this point on to heighten awareness and in some form find common ground between home health care agencies and legislators by setting universal standards for monitoring and containment of prescription medications, especially opioids. We all have devices in our pockets that require fingerprint, face, and voice recognition to open locks. So I am confident that someone will come up with a lockbox of some sort that can be opened in a similar fashion. I have the utmost respect for home healthcare providers and the challenges they face daily as they comfort dying patients and grieving families. It's a noble profession, but an agreeably flawed system. I will continue to advocate for change to honor my son and strive to reach any mutually agreeable solutions to this particular pervasive issue at hand and one of many related to the ongoing opioid crisis. I want to thank you all for your consideration, and I urge you to pass LD 330 and discuss it. And I thank Representative Gramlich for spearheading this and for her guidance and support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Questions from the committee for Ms. Wilson? Seeing none, I want to thank you for being here today and for sharing your story. It's a tragic story, and I know I speak on behalf of everyone on the committee here in offering our condolences on his loss. So thank you. Okay, coming up next, I see Christine Turner. Ms. Turner. No? Okay. Looks like we've lost Ms. Turner. Then I'll go to Dr. David Jones. Dr. Jones?
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. My name is Dr. David Jones. I'm the medical director of Northern Light Home Care and Hospice throughout the state. I'm also the director of the Hospice House in Presque Isle 104 in the state. My focus has always been on the health and well-being of my patients and families. I've been a family doc in this state. I've been an emergency room doctor in this state. And for the last 15 years or so, I've been a hospice physician. I've been your doctor the day before. I've been the secretary of the Board of Medicine. And I've also been the Maine Academy of Family Practice Physician of the Year in the state of Maine. I think all of this is incredibly important, but I am in opposition to this bill. My testimony is going to focus on the Controlled Substances Prescription Monitoring Program, the PMP, the use of lock boxes, and the burden this bill would place on nursing. And I'm sure that we can talk about alternative ways of looking at these issues. I do at least 10 prescriptions a day by my phone. I have a two-factor identification and probably another 10 times a day on my phone, change medicines around. If I had to now give up the hospice waiver and participate in the PMP or possibly follow more of Chapter 21, it would really stop my ability on a moving basis to take care of patients in severe distress. I'd like to talk about locked boxes. Hospice does use locked boxes, but we tend to use them when there are young children around or when families or the nurses state that there is an issue or a possibility of diversion. We use pill boxes a lot, large pill boxes that allow either the patient, the family member, or caregivers to appropriately give medicines. And pill boxes don't fit in lock boxes, and it has been an issue. And if you start separating out medicines and putting them in different places, is going to be to the patient's detriment. During severe episodes of shortness of breath or pain, or when the patient's dying, I promise you, people can't get into locked boxes. There's a lot of panic, and whether it's a key or a combination, it frequently doesn't work when people are panicked. And then finally, I'd like to say, you know, hospice is a nursing specialty. It's not a doctor's specialty. And without nurses, there would be no hospice. I think diversion is truly an issue to be concerned about, but it can happen before the patient dies. It can certainly happen after the patient dies if we're sending a nurse out. And so just sending a nurse to collect the medicines doesn't prevent diversion or unintended overdoses. Absolutely, leaving the medicines in the house for years could cause this. We're very specific with patients about the need, A, to box up the medicines, and B, where to take them, which is usually the police station. If we have our nurses do visits.
Excuse me, Dr. Jones, 20 seconds, please.
Okay, if we use nurses to do this after the patient has died, only 40% of people want visits. And so what would happen is we'd be intruding on families, using nursing time, and the nurses would have a target on their back or be at risk for injury or being killed now transporting narcotics. So I'd like to thank everyone on this committee for listening to me. I think I'd be more than willing to work with this committee at alternative ideas, but I don't think this bill fully captures what needs to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Questions for Dr. Jones from the committee? Yes, Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would like to hear if you do have any other suggestions that might that might work. I spent years as a hospice volunteer going into people's houses, and I know how sensitive this whole issue is. But at the same time, I do know that other families have had tragic results after their loved one died and there was medications left over. So I would be happy to hear some suggestions that might work.
Well, you know, I have one idea. As we know, the patients own the medicines, we don't. And the patients own their house, we don't. And so we have to be careful about intrusion. But maybe the development of some sort of locked bag with the expectation and the written agreement that at the time of death, all medicines would be put into that, zipped, and then it's locked. And then it's the family's responsibility for dropping that off. I still don't feel that we can ask nurses to be transporting narcotics around in the state, but I think there's some better safety systems than what we have now that could be instituted. And with a written agreement, that may be the best that we can do. We don't do this for patients on chronic pain medicines who aren't in hospice. This would be a much more specific intervention. Something like that might work. But to have me do the PMP, I don't think really changes anything here. And locked boxes are very difficult in emergencies.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here today, Dr. Jones.
Thank you for listening to me.
Absolutely. I see Christine Turner has joined us. Christine.
Yes, thank you. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Christine Turner, and I'm the Associate Vice President of Hospice Care for Northern Light Home Care and Hospice. I'm here today providing testimony on behalf of Northern Light Home Care and Hospice in opposition of LD 330. Northern Light Home Care and Hospice is a statewide hospice caring for over 8,700 patients annually. We are a member of Northern Light Health. I have worked as a registered nurse in the home care and hospice industry for more than 25 years in 4 states in the District of Columbia, including opening 2 of the 4 freestanding hospice houses in the state of Maine. I'm certified as a hospice and palliative care administrator and served 4 years on the regulatory committee with the National Hospice and Palliative Care Organization. I'm a resident of Hollis, Maine. Before I outline our opposition to this bill, I want to thank the bill's sponsor for submitting this legislation. Discussing the challenge of controlled substance medications in the home is valuable and informative. Death by accidental overdose is always tragic. Unfortunately, the concepts outlined in this bill are not the right solution. My testimony will focus on written policies, drug lock boxes, disposal of drugs, and the controlled substance prescription monitoring requirement. Home care providers already have these policies in place to manage controlled substances in the home. These policies are routinely reviewed by state surveyors on their mandated survey visits every few years. The requirement to separately and additionally submit to the state for review is a duplicate process for both parties and provides no additional protective value from the potential ingestion of these controlled substances. Medications that are prescribed to the patient are the property of the patient regardless of who pays for them. Requiring medications to be locked up, keys to potentially be lost, and for caregivers, often with limited dexterity, to have to try and access when frightened, anxious, or in a panic because their loved one is in pain or unable to breathe, will cause undue suffering for both patient and caregiver that is unnecessary. When patients panic, they call 911, and this will tie up emergency room professionals and beds unnecessarily. Hospice provides support to individuals and their families through the death and afterwards in the form of bereavement support. Required intrusion to destroy medications for every death will destroy the sanctity of the death experience for many. In the last few years, we've seen an increase in the number of workplace violence incidents in the home related to drugs. Despite our best efforts for privacy, nosy neighbors figure out that home care staff are coming and going from the home. Requiring staff to handle or dispose of narcotics could cause them to become targets of increased violence. While well-intentioned, the recommendation that providers check the PMP prior to prescribing controlled substances to hospice patients has tremendous potential for harm. We are obtaining new orders and sending family to the pharmacy to pick up a new controlled substance as soon as possible.
Excuse me, Ms. Turner, 30 seconds.
Requiring the PMP check prior to prescribing will cause delays that will bring pain and suffering to patients. Education to patients and families regarding the danger of opioid misuse continues to be our best defense against them ending up in the wrong hands, but it is imperative that they remain readily available for the management of end-of-life symptoms and for those who need them. Thank you for the opportunity to present our opposition to this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for being here today. Appreciate your testimony. Coming up next is Lori Belden. Lori.
There we go. Hi, good afternoon. Senator Claxton, I hope he's still there, Representative Myers, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Lori Belden, and I'm a resident of Durham, and I also serve as the Executive Director of the Home Care and Hospice Alliance of Maine. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. Before I get started, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge Ms. Wilson. That takes a lot of bravery to share such a personal story to strangers like us that are obviously very moved by her story, and so I just want to acknowledge her. The Alliance is a network of providers. Sorry, I'm a crier. I apologize. The Alliance is a network of providers across the state delivering home-based care to older adults and disabled individuals, allowing them to stay in their home and community. Annually, our members deliver care to some 45,000 clients in their residence and collectively employ more than 7,000 staff, making this sector one of Maine's largest employers. I also want to thank Representative Gramlich for seeking ways to minimize the devastating impact that opioid abuse has had on so many families across Maine. While members of the Alliance oppose this bill, we do believe this has been an opportunity to highlight our perspective and concerns on a very challenging issue. Hopefully you have in front of you a letter of testimony that I submitted last week that was signed by all 12 of our provider board members, in which we acknowledge that the use of illegally obtained addictive substances is a serious crisis. But unfortunately, despite the best of intentions, this bill would place significant responsibility on the shoulders of caregivers while putting them at significant risk, which both Dr. Jones and my friend Chris Turner have already spelled out. So I won't read my entire testimony, because the folks that you just heard on really have the boots on the ground. And so I'll just summarize with a few items here. Home health care providers already monitor the medications prescribed as part of the home health care plan, and they have internal processes to address theft and misuse by those other than the patient. Prescribed medications, as you heard earlier, are technically the property of the patient, and caregivers are not entitled to destroy any patient's property. As Chris pointed out, managing a locked box in a crisis situation can be challenging, if not deadly. So, it would, and it doesn't really prohibit those with ill intent from accessing the medications in this said lockbox.
Excuse me, Ms. Belden, 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. And we really do believe that putting caregivers in charge of disposal of medications really does put a target on their back. Unfortunately, I just went through a hospice situation with my father-in-law, and our neighbors are lovely, but they saw the comings and goings of not just us, but of the caregivers. So it really does put them at risk. And I would be happy to make providers, caregivers available to all of you if you have additional questions to get a really better perspective of those that are actually in the home working and delivering the care. Thank you again for the time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Belden. Questions from the committee for Laurie? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. We now have folks testifying neither for nor against, and joining us next is Jackie Adamo. Ms. Adamo.
Hi, Chairman Claxton, Chairwoman Meyer, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Jacqueline Adamo, and I'm testifying today in opposition of LD 330. I'm a home healthcare nurse with over 15 years experience, including both skilled nursing and private duty nursing. I'm here today representing Maxim Healthcare Services, our nurses and our patients. I currently serve as the clinical manager for Maxim's Portland, Maine branch. Maxim's a national provider of home healthcare services specializing in private duty nursing. From the Portland, Maine branch, we employ 75 caregivers serving 39 patients throughout the state of Maine. We are also a member of the Home Care and Hospice Alliance of Maine, which represents the interests of home healthcare providers. As the committee looks to create necessary legislation to improve the lives of Maine patients, we urge the Joint Standing Committee to avoid creating burdensome and dangerous regulations that will threaten patient safety and privacy. While well-intended, LD 330 creates numerous administrative burdens that are both duplicative in nature and not well-suited for home healthcare patients. One concern is the provision that would require the use of a prescription lockbox in the patient's home. Lockboxes present a number of difficulties for patients with medical and cognitive deficits. For example, a patient with a seizure disorder would be unable to meet this requirement. When experiencing seizure activity, they must have quick and easy access to their essential rescue medications, such as midazolam and Valium. However, this bill would require these medications to be placed in the lockbox, thus restricting quick access to these important medications. Another concern is patient rights. A medication disposal requirement outlined in this bill is not feasible for the home healthcare population because medications are solely owned by the patient. This issue, I guess, has been debated and litigated at the federal level since 2012, when the EPA attempted to create federal standards for hazardous waste pharmaceuticals. In 2019, the final EPA regulation, excuse me, determined that these types of disposal requirements can only apply to clinical facilities where medications are owned by the facility and not by the patient. Home care nurses should not have responsibility to dispose of patients' pharmaceuticals because the medications are owned by the patient. Requiring our staff to dispose of personal property presents federal risk of noncompliance and personal liability of risk that we find is unacceptable. In my 15 years of home care experience, I have found that most families are respectful of the use of controlled substances and take full responsibility for the medication.
Excuse me, Ms. Adamo, 30 seconds.
While we appreciate LD 330's intent in minimizing the devastating impact of opioid misuse and abuse in the state of Maine, Maxim Healthcare Services is unable to support this legislation as it pertains to our home care patients. We do not believe there is enough risk in the home health population to offset the restrictive requirements set forth in this legislation. Thank you for your time today. Thank you for considering these comments, and we hope you will exempt home health and home care from LD 330. And I'd also like to offer my condolences to Kim Wilson and her family. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Perry.
Thank you. Just a question. As you work with your home health patients, do you keep a list of their medications, and are those lists kept in the home for the patient or the caregiver to have an understanding of the full list of medications that they have?
Yes, a medication profile is prepared and updated and sent to the home as changes occur. And on the plan of care, which we developed, the medications are also listed there as well.
Okay, is there any plan with the patient to have it in a space, in a place where the caregiver and the patient can get at that list, so that if something should happen, the patient passes away, that list can be used by the family to make sure all medications are taken care of?
Certainly, yep. The family has full access to the list in the home.
Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering, I mean, it's clear that everyone here has more or less the same intent, and I'm wondering if, in terms of reducing deaths while also permitting the relief of suffering. In one of the great things about that I think about the hospice is the ongoing support for families that extend beyond the death of the loved one. And I'm wondering if, as part of the care plans that are included in that, if a discussion, counseling, or support of some sort could become part of the care that hospice affords to the families.
Maxim is not a hospice provider, so perhaps Ms. Turner would be able to answer that question somewhat better. When one of our clients passes, we don't always have access back to the house, and we're not always present when they pass as home care providers. So I can't really fully answer that question.
Very, very well. I appreciate that. I'm wondering if perhaps today or during the work session, if Ms. Belden or Dr. Jones or somebody else could respond to that question. Thank you very much, Ms. Adama.
Thank you.
Further questions for Ms. Adamo? Seeing none, we thank you for being here today. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, Sarah Becker, who's come in and out a few times and may be having some internet issues. Is she's dropped off once again. So I will ask Molly Bogart from the department.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Representative Meyer, Senator Claxton, members of the committee. Just to start, I want to thank Ms. Wilson for her bravery in sharing her family's story today, and also thank Representative Gramlich for introducing this bill. I think, in premise, the department agrees full-heartedly that the more that we can do to prevent diversion of these drugs, the better. And the main drug death report from January to September of 2020, 26% of overdose deaths included pharmaceutical opioids. And so we know that this continues to be a significant problem in the state. I am just coming on to draw your attention to a letter from Director Pollard with the Office of Behavioral Health around some of our thoughts around the access to the PMP portion of this bill, to help you get your head around what our concerns are, and fully appreciate that Representative Gramlich is completely open to having this conversation. And so looking forward to figuring out how we thread this needle together. But I want to let you know that the PMP's system is currently structured so that only two categories of medical professionals have access, and those are clinicians and pharmacists, excuse me, who are prescribing or dispensing controlled substances. So in order to allow access, well, I should say those individuals have significant training on HIPAA and other and PMP compliance. And so extending access to the PMP is to folks who may be unlicensed or not have that same important training is the thing that we are concerned about. And so that would, if implementing the bill as written, would require adding users to the PMP and changing some of the technical side. That is why you may see a fiscal note on this draft bill. And so that is what that is connected to. And I think we can figure out whether that's needed or not. And Office of Behavioral Health also outlines a potential solution to our specific PMP problem in the letter. They say an alternative solution that could accomplish the same objective is to have a fillable form located on the PMP or OBH website for use by administering providers in the situation outlined in this bill. Administering providers would fill out the required information regarding controlled substances reclaimed and disposed, which would then be uploaded into the PMP platform and connected with the decedent's record. And so we can chat with the folks more acquainted with the system on a potential solution. But again, completely agree with the goal of limiting diversion and look forward to figuring out how we move this forward.
Thank you, Ms. Bogart. Questions for Ms. Bogart? Seeing none, thank you. I did see Ms. Becker show back up again, but now she's gone. So I will ask Carrie, is there any chance Ms. Becker is waiting elsewhere?
I don't see her either.
Oh, here she is right here. Sarah Becker, you're up. It looks like she must be having a hard time. I'll take a moment then to ask the committee, since testimony is concluded, if they have specific information or resources they'd like before the work session. And it does look like Ms. Becker is trying to connect to audio only. I want to give her a chance. She's tried awfully hard to be a part of this public hearing, so. Representative Stover.
Thank you. For the work session, if we could have the federal regulations regarding this, just as I'd like to compare the bill with what the federal guidelines prescribe.
Thank you. Well, I'm afraid Ms. Becker is still having difficulties. And I'm awfully sorry about that. It's a windy day in Maine, and most of us have had some problems with our connections today. So hopefully she's got written testimony that we can all refer to. Margaret, Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam.
You're on mute, Margaret.
Following up on Representative Stover's request, I might like to see some legislation from states that have some kind of protection in place for the work session.
Thank you. Representative Stover, did you have, your hand is up. Okay. With that, I will close up. Yes, Senator Claxton. You're on mute.
I just saw Sarah Becker's box light up, so maybe she's got audio.
Okay. Ms. Becker,
Hi. Can you hear me?
welcome. We can. Welcome.
Thank you. Sorry, I have no power and very high winds, so I'm having connection issues.
Yes,
But,
we understand.
Thank you to Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Health and Human Services Committee for having me and hearing me. My name is Sarah Becker. I'm a RN BSN in Maine with experience working in home health and hospice care. I'm here to support my friend Kim in her tragic loss, but I'm also here to help bring continued awareness to the issue of dangerous and controlled medications in the home, and also to solutions that can help address any possibility of divergence of these substances that continue to exist. Drawing from my own experience and research, I'm aware that Maine agencies do have policies already in place that require immediate in-home disposal of medications obtained by the agency during hospice care. These policies also require documentation into the electronic charting system of at least the drug, the quantity present, and the fact that it was disposed of. There is, however, a lack of monitoring of such charting, which dilutes the effective nature of such policies. And a lack of follow-up with family and caregivers to see if they need any assistance in or education in disposal of the medications. Additionally, in hospice situations, families are often left with a slew of medications upon their loved one's death. These remaining meds could include other potentially dangerous drugs, which may have been prescribed prior to hospice care. And these meds don't fall under the policy responsibilities of the hospice agencies and are instead the family's responsibilities to dispose of. Lack of knowledge around this issue, lack of easy access to disposal sites may cause increased danger. Families are often grieving and dealing with the many issues at hand when a loved one dies. And this may result in these meds remaining in the home with potentially no monitoring, allowing for the possibility of diversion. The home health agencies in Maine remain the closest point of contact and resources for educating families and encouraging protective measures such as lock boxes and other security provisions. These measures often must be taken at the family's expense, but the agencies can at least provide knowledge around the necessity of these options. The suggestion made by the Home Care and Hospice Alliance of Maine in response to this bill is only to continue the education on proper medication management and disposal. But I feel that this should instead be required education and that this management also needs to be documented into the clinical record in every patient's home. It's also imperative that we assist families in navigating the barriers to proper safety and disposal protocols. One example of an underutilized resource is the Disposal RX program, which could be better utilized by the agencies themselves or at least better shared with families as an available assistance option. Dispose RX provides an easy portable disposal kit which utilizes neutralizing powders in order to render pills, liquids, and other meds as safely disposable into the home trash. Depending on the availability of other resources, this one program could make a real difference for many families. My personal experience with my own brother is a painful reminder of the legacy that can result from less than sufficient handling of these issues. My brother Ethan was an honor roll student, a talented athlete, and a well-loved, outgoing young man. Unfortunately, as a result of his obtaining opioids, as a vibrant teen, he struggled through a 20-plus year journey of relentless addiction, resulting in his untimely death. The extent of the tragedy and loss felt by so many Maine families is too great to not continue in our collective efforts to do everything within our power to keep these dangerous substances out of the hands of anyone's child or loved ones. These substances may as well be loaded guns, as Kimmy stated as well, in the hands of children, suffering families, and those at risk for diversion and ultimately tragedy. I appreciate your time and attention to these issues and your availability to hear my concerns and support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Becker. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for being here today and for sharing your story.
Thank you.
With that, I will close the hearing on 3:30 and open the hearing on 121. Senator Claxton will be introducing LD 121 to the committee today. Welcome, Senator Claxton.
Thank you very much. And there is hope the electricity's back on as I was headed to the library. Welcome to a very brief presentation. I appreciate the audience in front of the esteemed members of the Health and Human Services Committee, starting with the chair and including everybody else. I've been asked, graciously invited by Molly, to introduce LD 121, which was an act to assure background checks for high-risk provider applicants under the Maine Care program. So the keywords, as I read the bill, as it was drafted in the department, was that Maine Care provider applicants who are high-risk providers or in high-risk provider categories are those as those terms are defined by department rule. I kind of questioned the language and asked for a rewrite because I couldn't figure out how you were going to determine you were high risk without having an assessment done. And this required a background check on everybody, so that was my concern. Turns out this is federal language, and the people who will address this following can speak a whole lot better to this. But there's a long list of categories of limited risk, a much shorter list of moderate risk, and the only two high-risk categories are new home health agencies who've never done Maine Care work before, and new DME suppliers who've never done Maine Care work before. So that's what puts it in the high-risk category. It's those folks that we're asking for authorization to do background checks on. The language comes from the feds. The background checks will be done locally. And that concludes my testimony, and I would be likely unable to answer any questions you have.
We didn't, the shuffling of your papers
I'm sorry.
obscured the last line of your testimony. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
What I said was it would be unlikely that I can answer any questions from the committee, but I think there's some people here who will be able to.
Excellent.
Much more informed than I. Sorry about that.
Thank you so much, Senator Claxton.
Thank you for that correction.
Sure. Mr. Logan, I believe. You appear to be on mute, or we can't hear you, Mr. Logan.
I'm sorry, I was on double mute. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Thank you. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Bill Logan. I'm the Director of Compliance at the Office of Maine Care Services. I'm here today to introduce and speak in support of LD 121, an act to require a background check for high-risk healthcare providers under the Maine Care program. The department thanks Senator Claxton for sponsoring this bill on our behalf. The Affordable Care Act, the ACA, requires states to implement a fingerprint-based criminal background check, FCBC for short, for Medicaid providers considered high risk as defined in federal law. States were required to be in compliance with FCBC requirements by July 1, 2018. Maine's Medicaid program remains non-compliant with the federal regulations and needs to implement the FCBC requirements. The fingerprints will be run through both Maine's and the FBI's criminal background databases. Providers who fall into the category of high risk will have to undergo a fingerprint-based criminal background check when enrolling as a main care provider. The department is presently drafting rules to define high risk in line with the federal regulation definitions, which you can see in the attachments to the written testimony. Consistent with the provider types designated as high risk under federal regulations, the department intends to categorize the following newly enrolling provider types as high risk: home health agencies, durable medical equipment providers, Medicare diabetes prevention programs, and opioid treatment programs that have not been fully and continuously certified by SAMHSA since October 23, 2018. Now, in addition to the categorically high-risk provider types, the risk level of an individual provider will be adjusted to high risk based upon the occurrence of certain events, such as a previous exclusion from Medicaid within the past 10 years, conviction for certain state or federal felony offenses within the past 10 years, exclusion or debarment from participation in a federal or state healthcare program within the past 10 years, having been terminated or otherwise precluded from billing Medicare, and other similar events. Providers will have to cover the cost of their own background checks. Currently, that cost is $54 per individual check. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have here today, and we'll plan to attend the work session on this bill as well.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a comment and then a question. The comment is, it would seem like a very strange thing to label Medicare providers high risk, because I think I wouldn't seek their services for my loved one if I considered them high risk. So maybe you could think of another way to categorize them. But anyways, I understood that anybody with a felony wouldn't be reimbursed through main care or be able to be employed, where main care is the fiduciary person organization. So maybe you could. Thank you.
Representative Craven, you muted yourself as you were saying your last few words, so maybe you could.
Well, I just wanted him to talk about whether or not folks who have a felony conviction are even allowed to be providers through main care.
Thank you.
Certainly, I can talk to that. In general, a felony conviction is not a per se exclusion from the ability to enroll and be a main care provider. It is something that will get caught in background checks, and it would get reviewed by the state to take a look at the nature of the felony, when it occurred, circumstances around that. But there are people who do have, prior felony convictions who have turned their life around and been able to come back and become main care providers. But really, it is a case-by-case evaluation based upon the nature of the felony and the service the person is trying to provide, and whether they're perhaps in direct patient care, or if they're just going to be an owner of or a board member for a facility or provider. But there are certain ones that occurring that may bar somebody based upon when they occurred and what the nature is.
Senator Baldacci.
Thank you. I just had, I know you probably have mentioned this, but what are the high risk provider categories again?
Certainly, for the categories, meaning all providers who happen to fall in that, these would be newly enrolling providers, meaning they are currently not enrolled within the main care program.
Okay.
And this would be home health agencies, durable medical equipment providers. That's probably, to be honest, where you'd see the largest amount of people who would be falling under this. Medicare diabetes prevention programs, and opioid treatment programs that have not been fully and continuously certified by SAMHSA since October 23, 2018. And those are the ones that are contained within the federal regulation, which is why those are specifically mentioned.
Okay, and has there been a evaluation or a report done in terms of why? I mean, obviously, this is to discourage bad actors, but I mean, what has been the problem? I mean, how has this been a prevalent issue? Has this been one that you've had to deal with as a department regularly? I mean, how prevalent or persistent is this issue?
Well, I can't speak essentially. I don't know that it's been a huge issue with regard to at the state level. This is a federal requirement, so we are looking at what CMS and the feds have seen across across the country in a variety of states. I'll point out that also DME and home health agencies, as a part of the recognition that these agencies are also required to post surety bonds for the department, which other provider types generally are not. And it's a recognition of just an elevated risk or opportunity for either fraud, waste, or abuse within the program.
Okay, so it's also just following the federal guidelines.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Perry.
I think I got answered, but I do have a question because you're talking about opioid treatment programs, and many of these programs really utilize people in recovery who already have, some issues with the law as a result of their prior addiction, but in some ways become the best counselors to bring people along. They've got their LACD or something along that line. Is there an intent to look at this? The biggest problem I have is we have people in recovery who have records who want to work. Is this ending up, I know it's federal guidelines, being a barrier to really be able to maintain a good job?
Thank you for that question, Representative Perry. And just to clarify, and I think your point is well taken, and we have seen in a lot of cases, a lot of people doing the direct client work in that field typically have gotten there the hard way through some bad times in the past. The rendering providers delivering the services for an agency are not going to be required to undergo this check. This is for the owners. Or if somebody is enrolling individually, they potentially could be subject to this. But for somebody who's going to work for an established recovery program as a direct care worker, they would not be required to undergo this background check. These are for people who have at least a 5% ownership, either directly or indirectly, in the entity itself.
Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think I'm getting a sense of it as I'm listening to the testimony, but just so I can plainly ask, this is a high risk of what?
High risk for fraud, waste, or abuse.
High risk. So it's not about the risk of harming patients. It's not a risk of harassment. It's fraud, waste, and abuse. Okay.
That's the primary thrust of it. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? It doesn't look like we've got anyone in the queue for further testimony on 121. Does the committee have any requests for additional information for the work session? Senator Claxton.
I'd just like to see the draft version of the provider risk category assignments updated. The one that's been proposed as tentatively established under rules in the department. Because the list I got off the website doesn't include all the high risk categories. And I understand that's because these are proposed rules, but I'd rather vote on where we're going.
Thank you. Seeing no other requests for additional information, I will close the public hearing on LD 121 and open the public hearing on LD 335, an act to clarify requirements for criminal history record checks pursuant to the Federal Family First Prevention Services Act, presented by Representative Colleen Madigan. Welcome, Representative Madigan.
Thank you, Representative Meyer. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and fellow members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I'm Representative Colleen Madigan, and I represent part of Oakland and part of Waterville. I am here today to introduce LD 335, an act to clarify requirements for criminal record checks pursuant to the Federal Families First Prevention Services Act. I sponsored this bill at the request of the department, and it is very straightforward. The Families First Prevention Services Act was passed in 2018, and in order to draw down federal funds associated with the act, we need to conform with federal law. This bill simply amends Maine law to conform with federal law regarding background checks for staff working with children in a variety of residential services. The department will speak after me and will answer any of your questions if you have any. Thank you for your consideration. And I just want to add that Dr. Todd Landry did a great job this morning explaining the Families First Prevention Services Act. And so this is really kind of part of our plan to move that forward to bring a more comprehensive complement of services that can really help children and people involved in child welfare in our state. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Madigan. With that, the Director of the Office of Child and Family Services, Dr. Landry, has joined us again. Welcome, Dr. Landry.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Joint Standing Committee. My thanks for allowing me to be with you again today. For the record, I'm Todd Landry, Director of the Office of Child and Family Services within the Department of Health and Human Services, here today to testify in support of LD 335, and we appreciate and thank Representative Madigan for putting this bill forward. As we discussed this morning, OCFS is working towards implementation of the Family First Prevention Services Act by October of this year. One of the requirements of this work is establishing Maine's residential treatment providers as qualified residential treatment providers, again, as we discussed this morning. And part of that is also meeting the family first requirement to implement fingerprint-based background checks for those providers. In 2019, the legislature enacted a statute to provide authority for these background checks. However, we recently learned last year that a modification is needed to provide clarity on our authority to engage in those background checks for all of the facilities covered under Family First, including children's shelters. The crux of this issue is really differing interpretations of the term, quote, residential care facilities. According to the FBI, which handles these fingerprint-based background checks, they have informed us that the terminology currently in statute is not broad enough to encompass shelters for people, specifically youth, experiencing homelessness. To remedy this issue, we're proposing the insertion of the additional language within the statute to ensure our ability to engage all providers in these required background checks. Passing LD 335, we believe, is critical to our ability to implement Family First. I urge you to support it, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify on it today.
Thank you, Dr. Landry. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, requests for additional information for our work session. Seeing none, thank you for being back with us again this afternoon. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Craven.
Thank you. Regarding homeless shelters and organizations like that who are maybe short of funding, is there any kind of grants to help them pay for the background checks?
For the first year, we have committed to paying for all of the background checks, the required FBI checks. And so we are actually paying that through Family First transition grant dollars from the federal government.
Thank you.
And Representative Perry.
Thank you. If I am correct, right now, the Office of Child and Family Services does background checks for child care centers. Is there the intent eventually to use the main background check center if they are able to incorporate the federal fingerprint as well?
Representative Perry, to your point right now, that is not a possibility, as I think you're aware. If it were to become a possibility in the future, we would certainly consider it. We would just have to make sure we're still meeting all of our federal requirements, et cetera, which, as you know, we can't currently do through that mechanism, I should say.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I will close the hearing on LD 335. Ask Carrie if the sponsor of our final public hearing this afternoon, Representative Brennan, is in the queue.
He has been notified and should be here momentarily.
Okay. Do we want to take a 5-minute break and await his arrival? It's 2:25, so let's say 2:30.
Hi, Representative Brennan. The committee decided to take a break and we'll start back up at 2:30.
At 2:30, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was in another Zoom caucus, but I'll assume that trying to go back to that and come back to that, I'll stay where I am for the time being. Okay. But thank you for the notice. And
anytime.
I'm glad you and Sam are able to work together so well. So
sure thing.
Thank you. And Michelle, how are you?
Well, thank you, Representative.
Good to see you.
Likewise.
And Senator, how are you?
I'm fine. I don't know how Senator Baldacci is, but I'm fine. Thank you.
I didn't think he was here.
He's here.
He's here and he's on mute, which is the best way.
Okay.
So welcome
Yes,
back
that's right. Nice to see you, Representative.
from our short break. We will conclude our slate of public hearings this afternoon with LD 396, an act to require the Department of Health and Human Services to provide assistance with applications for basic necessities to prevent children being removed from parental custody, presented to us today by its sponsor, Representative Michael Brennan.
Thank you very much, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee. And you always have to decide whether it's good to have your bill be the first one up because people are paying attention, or whether or not having it at the end of the day can be problematic because nobody's paying attention. So I'm glad you were able to take a break and that we can have this discussion at this point. And certainly I wasn't planning on being back before the committee this quickly, but I'm glad I have the opportunity. So let me tell you the impetus for this bill. For over 20 years, I served on the board of advisors of Casey Family Services, which was one of the largest private nonprofit child welfare agencies in the country. And we worked not only in New England, but also worked with child welfare agencies across the country. And what became clear to me is that in many instances of child welfare, there's this nexus between trying to identify neglect and then also where poverty and the inability of the family to have the financial resources to care for their children in a successful way. So what this bill does, it's fairly simple, is just say that in the state of Maine and the Department of Health and Human Services and our child welfare system, poverty or financial lack of finances is not a reason for a child to be brought into the child welfare system. So it's just a clear statement to both child protective workers and to the court that poverty should not be an issue when deciding and discussing child welfare cases. And I think that reflects best practices across the country. The reason why I think this is particularly important now in the state of Maine is that in 2018, there was legislation that was passed that took family reunification and no longer made it a priority within the child welfare system. I think that's created some uncertainty in terms of how child welfare approach these particular cases. I think it's also reflected in the ombudsperson's report that recently came to your committee that showed that the department and CPS workers are still struggling looking at safety issues. And if I then step back all the way to the early 2000s, and this is true not only in the state of Maine, but also in the country, when you have the death of a child in the child welfare system, you typically get a response of hiring a lot more workers and having a lot more scrutiny given to, quote, safety issues. That can be a positive, but it can also mean that you end up having more children come into the child welfare system because people are looking at safety issues in ways that they haven't before. We've seen more recently with the death of 2 children in the state of Maine, the response is more child protective workers, which is good, more child supervisors, that's good. But we're now in a situation of having had a pandemic where economic issues, economic strain on families has been exacerbated. And that intersection between neglect and poverty then becomes more pronounced. So I think this is important as a matter of statement and as a matter of best practices for us to stay in statute. Poverty is not a reason to bring a person in the child welfare system. I think it's also common sense that if the department sees families and sees cases where economic issues are a factor, that we find a way to give those families the information and the tools to secure housing, to secure nutrition, and to secure the basic necessities. Now, I know I've talked with the department. They're going to come in and say they never take a child into custody because of poverty and because of financial situations. And I say, fine, if that's the case, then even putting this in statute becomes even more relevant, because it's not something that the department is going to say that's something that we're engaged in that practice at this particular point. I also think that the department has made some comments in their testimony about who's the most important person to interact with those families in terms of providing financial assistance. And I don't have any argument with them about that maybe child protective workers are not the best people to be making sure that people have access to main care, food stamps, and everything else. But certainly there are people within the department that can make that information available. So again, I will stop there and simply say the intent of the bill is to make it very clear that poverty should not be a factor, not be an issue when deciding whether a child comes into custody, either within a child protective worker's work or within the court. And secondly, that we find a mechanism that we identify families that are struggling financially to the point that they are having a difficulty providing basic necessities for their children, that we find a mechanism to assist them. So I will stop at this point and be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have. And I think that I hope that everybody has a copy of my written testimony, which I certainly didn't follow at this point.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. Questions for the bill's sponsor, Senator Claxton.
Welcome and thank you for that. My concern is that what happens if the poverty is so much a part of that family's life, has been for generations, and shows no real inclination to change in spite of giving them access to the safety net? What happens to those kids in that circumstance? I'd like to think that was incredibly infrequent, but it does raise the issue of, if we say never, that always makes me uncomfortable.
Well, I appreciate the question, Senator Claxton, but there's also a growing body of research, and I can't say that I agree with every part of it, but that shows that the trauma of removing a child from a situation of neglect may be equally as damaging as the child remaining there. So I think we have to be extraordinarily cautious to make sure that we're not removing children when we have an intervention, and in this case, the intervention being providing basic necessities to the family that allows the family to remain intact. So I'm not going to say that never happens, but you know, there was at one point Maine was featured on a national TV show on Frontline on PBS, where we took a child into care when clearly, if we had intervened with housing, with food, and with other basic necessities, that child never would have ended up in the child welfare system. So again, I'm not going to claim that that's never the case, but I think that we have to work 110% to make sure that we keep families intact if the only and the overriding issue is economic and or poverty.
Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So is living in poverty itself considered abuse? And if not, how does there have to be some kind of a referral for the of abuse or whatever. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not sure how you track down people who are just living in poverty without having any kind of report of abuse or something. And then after that, so Dr. Landry's been telling us about Families First and the interventions that they're putting in place to have children stay with their parents. And I wondered if this is one of the initiatives that should also be in that program, so that when the worker shows up at the house, that they will assist in filling out the applications.
Yeah. Well, that's a source of discussion that I've had with the Department of Health and Human Services. I don't care necessarily who the worker is or what the response is from DHS in terms of who assists with helping out that application. It may not be the child protective worker who's in the best position to do that, but certainly there are other positions within the department and other responsibilities in the department that could fulfill that function that you just described, Representative Craven. The other thing I think is important to point out, and I'm sure this committee knows this, but the overwhelming majority of child welfare cases are due to neglect, not because of physical or sexual abuse, but because of neglect. And typically that neglect comes from mental health issues in the family or substance use issues within the family. And that's why I say the connection between neglect and the child welfare system then become connected, because neglect can be defined as not providing housing, as not providing economic security for the child. And I just think it's important for us to make sure that if we really are talking about neglect, we're talking about it in ways other than because of economic circumstances that we can remediate and we can address.
Representative Craven, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Senator Baldacci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Brennan, I think that there are two parts to your bill. The first part, Section 2, I think, I think the caseworkers generally do that now, but I think having it there is helpful. My concern about Section 2A is that as somebody who's been involved in dealing with the department, representing people over 29 years, I could just see numerous unintended consequences from that language. And I understand your point. I totally agree with it, that poverty by itself is not a reason to get a child protective order. But I just have concerns. I don't know if we've looked into how this is going to impact the actual litigation in court on these issues. And I'd hate to see it used as a defense by parents who need to have a rehabilitation plan or need to be brought into the system for counseling or for other things to help out the child. So I have some concerns about the use of that as a statutory command. I don't know if you've given it any thought or if you talked to attorneys who have practiced in the child protective area.
Not specifically, no. So I would appreciate whatever input you had in terms of crafting that language, Senator Baldacci. That would be helpful.
Okay. Well, I'll have to think about it, but I just have some concerns about unintended consequences with that language. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other point that's not direct response to Senator Baldacci, and again, I know the committee understands this, but you know, the state of Maine kind of peaked out at about 3,200 children in the child welfare system in early 2000. And by 2010, we had less than 1,000 children in the child welfare system. We're now back up to 2,300, 2,500 youth in the child development system. And that's been a trend across the country that's largely been driven by the opiate crisis, that there have been so many people that have been touched by addiction, and then the neglect issue has come into play, combined with a mental health system that has been very thin across the state of Maine. So I think we need to start looking at, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for Todd Landry and the work that he's done in his position and what the department has done, but we still continue to see an upward trend in the number of children in child welfare that is considerably higher than what we saw in 2010.
Representative Madigan.
Thank you. I have a couple questions, Representative Brennan. One is both you and Senator Baldacci mentioned the impact of the opiate epidemic on child welfare cases. And certainly, you know, active substance use can impact a family's ability to support themselves and their children successfully. But do you think this is related to the opiate epidemic? And is it something that that poverty gets in the way in that? Because in my experience, dealing with people who work in child welfare or people who used to, is often that worker, that first worker that comes in contact is often making those referrals, you know, for any sort of supports or treatment options for either the parent or children or other family members. And I can remember even as long ago as, gosh, 20 years ago or more, talking with people who worked in child welfare, who part of their training was certainly not being judgmental about poverty. So I'm just kind of wondering kind of how the intersection of the opiate epidemic or substance use problems and poverty, how you think that's playing out.
Well, thank you for the question, Representative. And I know you have a lot of experience in this area and working in child welfare. And what I'd say is that, you know, clearly substance use has been a driving factor. It's estimated that nationally and even in the state of Maine, that 60 to 70% of child welfare cases have substance use involved in some way in the case, not necessarily the factor that drove the state to remove the child, but is still a factor within the family. So substance use is a huge issue. But I do think you can separate substance use from the poverty issue. And that's where I go back to the definition of neglect. Is if you start to define neglect in economic terms, that's where the poverty issue comes into play. If you define neglect because the parent is unable to provide care due to substance use or because of mental health issues, that's a little bit more discrete. But you've been involved in cases where they all intersect, where you have substance use issues, you have economic issues, and you have neglect issues. And those are oftentimes very hard to uncouple and very hard to disaggregate. The other problem with substance use, this is getting off just a little bit, but dealing with substance use, relapse is almost expected. So if you're trying in a child welfare case to reunify the family and the parent is in recovery and showing process, and you say, okay, we're going to bring the child back, but then there's a relapse, how do you respond to that from a reunification perspective? And again, I think some of these issues is what drove the legislature in 2018 to change the statute to take less of a priority or put less of a priority on reunification and to, quote, give more flexibility to caseworkers where you have this difficult intersection of issues. But I also think that was a step in the wrong direction, that the focus always should remain on reunification and the ways to keep families intact. So I recognize the difficulty around mental health and around substance use, but I think when we talk about there being situations that are purely economic in nature, as I mentioned before to Senator Claxton, I think we can remediate and we can intervene in those cases and allow the family to remain intact.
Seeing no further questions for the bill's sponsor, we will thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much. And it's always a pleasure to come to the committee. And I look forward to the day that we can meet in person and I can provide the appropriate treats to the committee. But I'm
We
sure
look
you have a
forward to
long
that.
list.
We
I'm
look
sure you
forward to
have a
that
long
as well.
list of other people. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Testifying against LD 396 is Dr. Landry, returning to us once again.
Yes, thank you, Representative Meyer, Senator Claxton, members of the committee. I also would like to add my thanks to Representative Brennan, excuse me, who we had an opportunity to connect with as it relates to this bill. Again, for the record, I'm Todd Landry, Director of the Office of Child and Family Services within the Department of Health and Human Services, here today to testify in opposition to LD 396. As you heard, this bill would give OCFS a new statutory duty by requiring OCFS staff to provide direct assistance to families in applying for state and federal benefit programs. And in addition, the bill would prohibit the removal of a child if jeopardy concerns are based solely on deprivation of basic necessities that results from the parent's insufficient income to provide those basic necessities. As Representative Brennan indicated, I am here to tell you that I have currently seen no data within OCFS that supports the concept that OCFS is removing children from the care and custody of their parents due solely to the family's economic circumstances. One of OCFS's practice tenets is to prevent removal whenever safely possible. In addition, 22 MRSA 4036B already specifies that the department must make reasonable efforts to prevent removal of a child. Assisting or referring a family to community resources of all types falls within the reasonable efforts standard. Connecting families with benefit programs by referring them to the Office for Family Independence, OFI, is something that is already occurring on a regular basis as part of casework activities. Furthermore, this proposal seemingly overlooks the fact that removals do not occur without a court order, either a preliminary protection order or a child protection order. Where the court determines that the department has satisfied the reasonable effort standard and that remaining in the home is contrary to the welfare of the child. In our experience, the courts hold OCFS to a very high standard when it comes to the reasonable efforts requirement. It seems highly improbable to me that a court would find reasonable efforts had been made if the department had not sought to ameliorate concerns based solely on the family's economic situation. The bill's prohibition on removal of a child also overlooks, and this goes to Senator Claxton's question, a very small but nonetheless existing subset of parents who refuse for various reasons to participate in state and or federal benefit programs. This bill could conceivably prevent removal even if the family refused to participate in benefit programs that would alleviate the concerns about the family's economic well-being that are contributing to abuse and or neglect. The second part of this bill requires OCFS staff to provide direct, ongoing assistance in applying for benefit programs. This would require additional training for OCFS's already at capacity staff, as well as taking time away from other casework efforts to ensure the family remains intact or that reunification can occur after removal. OCFS would not necessarily be opposed to this work if it weren't for the fact that these efforts would be duplicative of those of OFI, who already have staff trained in and experienced with the various benefit programs available to families. These staff assist Mainers throughout the state with the process of securing those benefits. OCFS often refers clients to them for that assistance as they are the experts in that area. Child welfare work is extremely complex. Our dedicated staff work diligently to assist families in a multitude of ways. This bill would add an additional layer of complexity by adding additional information staff must learn and incorporate into their already difficult work. Information and effort that is duplicative of what the state already provides. Implementation of this significant policy change would require additional staff to balance out the added workload. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I know I'm nearly out of time, but regarding some of the questions that were addressed before by Representative Craven, Senator Baldacci, and Representative Madigan, I'd be happy to attempt to answer those from our perspective if you would like to ask those again.
Thank you, Dr. Landry. Would those who ask those questions to Representative Brennan like to ask those questions to Dr. Landry? Representative Madigan.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Dr. Landry. One of the things I don't know if you can answer this right now, but certainly provided for the work session, is I know in the past, understanding poverty and the impact it has on families has been part of the training for child protection workers. So if you could just provide us some information about that. And also kind of the training or kind of the expectation of when a new case is in that assessment phase. Part of that, in my understanding of how that's always been done, is setting families up with services, including any kind of supports. And one of the pieces I think that is really critical to this is I know that there's been a housing voucher that was specific for families involved in an active child welfare case and that were homeless. And if you could provide information on that, because I think when I think of families who are going through poverty, homelessness is always a huge risk. And we do have some sort of assistance. So you could provide some information to that and how families access that and how often that's used, that would be great.
We would be certainly happy to do that. I can tell you that we certainly train on the points that you just mentioned. As you may be aware, as part of our cooperative agreement with the Muskie School, we have been reviewing that training protocol for all of our new incoming staff. And that has certainly continued to be a part of that with the assistance of the Muskie School. We'll also provide you some details on the housing voucher and the ways that we provide support in that specific way to families that we come in contact with. I would also like to mention among the services that or referrals that we provide and connections to services that we provide is in the area of substance use disorder, which was referenced before. I can tell you that based on our most recent data, about half of, and I'll confirm this, but about half of all the families that we come in contact with where a child is removed have substance use as a contributing factor. Not necessarily the only factor, not necessarily the biggest factor, but a contributing factor. The very good news, I think, is that as it relates to reunification, those families with substance use as a contributing factor reunify at almost the exact same percentages as those without that as a factor. However, and this gets to Representative Brennan's point, on average, those families take about 3 months longer to reunify. And that, I think, speaks to some of the challenges related to substance use disorder. Right now, we are reunifying. Our reunification percentages came from a low of about, I believe it was 45% back in 2016 and 2017. We reached a high in the last federal fiscal year. 60% of our permanency outcomes were reunification. That number is a little bit lower this year to date, about 55% or so, which is exactly on par with national averages. So our reunification rates are certainly continuing to be at those national averages or slightly above. And to Representative Brennan's point, reunification becomes the primary source of focus if a child has to be removed from their families. We continue to focus on that as the primary permanency outcome that we look to first and foremost.
Representative Craven and then Senator Baldacci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Landry. My question really was about the goals that are being set for the families first, and that it seemed to have been kind of insinuated that this would be one of the services that would be provided to make sure that families healed together or improved their living situation. But it is worrisome that there are so many children in care, in foster care now, and maybe you could address that just a little bit. And I know that we're in the middle of the coronavirus problems as well, which may, raise barriers to families being able to pull themselves together. What kind of plans do we have to reduce the number of kids in care?
Thank you, Representative Craven. Happy to answer that. As it relates to Family First, you are certainly right in that one of the things that any family that we come in contact with, but certainly those that would, assuming we can implement Family First as we have envisioned and discussed this morning, we would certainly be working with those families to access not just that slate of family prevention services that are federally approved, but also those other services that the state provide that aren't necessarily a program or a model of treatment or that is on that federal clearinghouse list. That would include things like accessing general assistance programs. It would include, opportunities to provide resource and referral to perhaps mentoring programs or other similar programs that would be in the community. So I appreciate the opportunity to expand on that a little bit. This morning, we focus really on that slate of federally approved services that we can access federal dollars from a matching basis. But we do always include those other state provided services or community provided services that the families could benefit from. And that would certainly be true in those cases as well. As it relates to the number of children in care, Representative Brennan is absolutely correct. I believe even back in 2015, 2016, I think the number of children in care was around the 1,500 or 1,600 children mark. We did see a continued increase, and we're happy to share with you the data. It's actually publicly available as well on our website on the number of children in care. We did see those numbers go up. To Senator Brennan's point, those numbers were increasing before the high-profile cases that many of you are well aware of in the state of Maine. After those high-profile cases, the numbers did continue to climb. That's also very consistent with other states who have experienced high-profile cases in child welfare. With all that said, we reached a high of about 2,380 children in care in the fall of last year. Some of that was due to some of the challenges related to the pandemic, for example, related to courts. Courts were not conducting as many hearings, and some of the courts were not able to do as many hearings or were struggling in some of the challenges and switch over to the aspects of virtual hearings. We worked closely with Acting Chief Justice Mead, Judge Lawrence, Chief Judge French, on some of those challenges, and we began to see a pretty significant increase in the availability of those hearings, both for reunification as well as for other permanency outcomes. I'm happy to report that we've seen a steady, slow, and safe reduction in the number of children in care from the fall of last year, and as of today, we're sitting right at 2,200 children in care, quite specifically 2,198 children in care as of this morning. And we anticipate that the efforts that we are making related to permanency and a focus on permanency and reducing the number of children in care safely will continue in the near future. And I believe Family First is going to enable us to safely prevent children from coming into care that with the services we talked about this morning can keep them safely in their homes and keep those families together.
Go ahead, Senator Baldacci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to ask a couple of questions in terms of family reunification issues. Well, one, I want to say that I think Representative Brennan's, the spirit of his legislation should be recognized, hopefully. I don't know whether it needs to be in a statute or in a policy directive. I do know that from experience that it's something that people understand who are doing this that that's can't be a legitimate reason for removing a child, but I don't think it hurts at all to have that emphasized even further. In terms of reunification, I do think it would be helpful to, if I had statistics, or if we get statistics just on how many children in care from 2001 to the present, because there was a period between 2002, 2010, which we were able to reduce the number of children in care substantially. And I think that was primarily because the state started to emphasize placement with family members. So I'd like to see how we're doing with that, because they are given statutory priority, and the application of relative placements, I think, as I said a couple of sessions ago, is kind of uneven. So I'd like to hear back from you guys at some point about the family placement issue. And the last issue I'm going to mention is services. One of the critical things in reuniting families is having supervised visitation services. There is a complete lack of real supervised visitation services, at least in this part of the state. We had one agency that did it, that closed. The department offers very limited hours. And so I know there's a lot on your plate, Mr. Landry, but I just have to tell you that in this part of the state, eastern northern Maine, I'd say from Bangor up through Aroostook and over to Washington County, that there's limited access for parents who have children in care to be able to visit their children on more than like 1 hour a week kind of schedule. And in order to reunite people, that has to be more flexible. So I'd like to hear from you. When I say hear from you, I'd like to have a continuing conversation. Not today necessarily, because it's limited time, but about how we're going to improve supervised visitation services, because that's a key element to reunifying these families.
Senator Baldacci, I don't disagree with you. I think it is an absolutely key element towards reunification efforts. It was certainly a significant challenge in the early weeks of the pandemic, and to a certain degree on an ongoing basis because of some of those challenges with the pandemic. I believe it certainly has gotten better since the early weeks of the pandemic, but it remains a challenge. The other reason it was very bluntly a challenge during this past year, in the midst of the pandemic, the state was also, we were required to go through a RFP process for those visitation contracts. And so we were going through an RFP process on the visitation contracts. It started, I believe, before the pandemic hit about a year ago, but it continued through the pandemic. There were some appeals related to the RFP awards that had to be worked out. And so we're just now completing some of the re-RFPs that we had to do. All of that is simply to point out, yes, we've had some challenges on that. Yes, we'd be happy to continue a dialogue with you about those visitation contracts. To your first question, as it relates to children in DHHS custody, if with the permission of the chairs, I can answer that question right now if you'd like to see it, and then we'll provide it to you as well, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, please, Doctor.
Great. So hopefully what you see here is if someone could just nod and let me know if they're seeing a chart here on children in DHHS custody point of time.
We see it.
Thank you. So 2 charts I'm going to share with you, and I'll see if I can make this just a little bit bigger for you. So this is point in time beginning on January 2nd, 2020 to this was February 23rd of 21. You can see we had this increase, throughout the first part of the year, including this increase during the early days of the pandemic. The courts were able to resume some adoption hearings during this time period of April, May, June. And then there were some other challenges related to some of the permanency efforts. And we saw this increase back up to this high of about, as I said, 2,380 children in care. Since then, you see we've had a nice steady decrease in number of children in care. And the number now stands, as I said this morning, which is a little bit more recent than this chart, of 2198 children in care. From a longer term perspective, this goes back to December 1 of 17. We will, Senator, get you information from a further perspective back. But for the benefit of today, you can see January 9 of 18, we were at 1,644 children in care. We've been on this increase with some, modifications or decreases, but we've really been on this increase. And over the past few months, we've seen some of the most significant steady decreases of children in care during that time period from 2017. But again, this is publicly available data. We're happy to go back further, and we will to meet your question, Senator. But I want to go ahead and share that to you because that at least provides some data information while we were on this call. And if I may just speak to one other point for the Senator's benefit, you talked before about unintended consequences. One of the things I think we have to be at least somewhat cautious of, and I agree with you, the intent of this bill, I don't think we have any concerns about. It's in the actual details of the bill where we have some concerns. But I think there could be an unintended consequence of Section 2A, being that for our mandated and non-mandated reporters, they may hear about this section. It may not be interpreted with the same concepts and deliberation that you are listening and hearing and considering. Some reporters may say, oh, I can't make that call now into CPS. I can't make that call of suspicions of abuse or neglect because maybe it's only because of some economic reason. We would not want to put, in my opinion, anything in place that would discourage on an unintended basis, but discourage those mandated and non-mandated reporters from calling in to our hotline when they do have concerns of abuse and neglect.
Thank you, Dr. Landry. Seeing no further questions for Dr. Landry, we thank you for being here today. Up next is Chris Bicknell. Welcome, Mr. Bicknell.
To hear my testimony. Senators Claxton and Representative Meyer, I'm not going to read my full written testimony, but the reason I am testifying in opposition of this bill is because it does not differentiate between a young person who is unhoused as a result of family homelessness and the difference between a youth who is an unaccompanied homeless youth. And I completely understand that no one would want to remove a child from the custody of their parent if they were experiencing family homelessness. They would want to find housing for that entire family. But we know from experience for decades that youth who are unaccompanied homeless youth are not in the custody of their family, and they may be in that homeless situation solely as a result of economic factors. And in fact, often that is the case. A family can no longer afford to keep a young person in a small apartment with other children and other financial resources. So they ask a 16, 17-year-old youth to go work it out on their own. And that happens quite often. In my written testimony, you can see that in the 2017-18 school year, there were 359 students in Maine who met that criteria. And it is a federal definition under the McKinney-Vento Act, which I believe has been in place since 1968. And so of those 359 young people who were unaccompanied homeless youth, only 58 of them actually were served by the Department of Health and Human Services, either in a licensed facility like the ones that we operate at New Beginnings, or through staying in a hotel supervised by a DHHS caseworker. That left 293 young people living in unsafe situations, unsupervised, either by their parent or guardian or a licensed care provider. And so it's those 293 young people that we're really, really concerned about. And as Dr. Landry pointed out, there is room for interpretation here. So if someone who is not familiar with federal regulations around youth homelessness and the difference between an unaccompanied homeless youth and a youth who is homeless within a family, they may or may not make a decision to file some kind of a child protective report as a result of that. And so that's my biggest concern, is that young people who really are unsafe in the community based on abandonment due to economic factors will not get the services and supports they need from the Department of Health and Human Services and their contracted agencies as a result of this bill passing written the way that it is.
Thank you, Mr. Bicknell. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for being here today. We have no one left in the queue to provide testimony on this bill. Committee requests for additional information for the work session. Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have an additional request for information. I just want to acknowledge the testimony submitted in writing by Attorney Mary Bonato, who happens to be a constituent of mine and has argued successfully a landmark case in front of the United States Supreme Court. I just want to make sure that that is highlighted for the committee's review. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. From me, I assume there is a definition in statute. Thank you. I assume there's a definition in statute of neglect, and I would like to. I'd like to see that for the work session, please. Anyone else? Seeing no requests for additional info, I will close the public hearing on this bill and turn to our analysts and ask if there's anything left on our agenda to attend to. There is not, so I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved since I just arrived. No.
Well, welcome
Second.
and goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Did I get a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? See you tomorrow.